And welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Tonight we are celebrating Halloween, of course. We have a bunch of spooky games for you tonight. Just a few quick reminders. GDQ 2025 will be live from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania from January 5th through 12th. Registration and hotel bookings are open now. You can go to gamesdonequick.com and check out the AGDQ 2025 important dates section to learn more. Also, UBAF is returning as GDQ's first Black charity event, Black to Black, which will be live February 7th through 9th. Submissions are open now through November 5th. You can go to submissions.gamesdonequick.com for more information. With all that said, we've got a bunch of spooky games. We've got All 5 Fears to Fathom. We've got Mouthwashing, Indigo Park, Chapter 1, Still Likes the Deep, and Silent Hill 2 Remake, all coming up for you tonight. We're going to start off with All 5 Fears to Fathom. I will hand it over to our runner here.
Well, nice. I'll be starting off with Home Alone. It's a quick one, around 2 minutes. And you want me to start off the run?
Whenever you're ready.
Right now, the run starts now. This is going to be the most complicated start. Right now, the character can look around. So I'm going to move the mouse directly below the clock. So after the yellow text ends, it's starting. Should be around here. Then, starting. We're outside. I just flew out from the ceiling. I'm going to explain what I just did. Next is going to be wire. Then ooh, that's a bad wire. Then we're going to set up couch and get TV on. What we did was, it's a lot there. We got out of bed, went left, then crouched, went toward the corner, bottom right, until there's like a specific spot where the character stops. Then we press the keybind to where the character falls over, and you could fly directly up with that. Then we go against the ceiling. We press escape, which is the phone, which allows us to fly through the ceiling. Then we press the escape crouch, then the one flying glitch. We don't need that. We're going to grab the wire and then go show off what the glitch is. Then it's really easy to activate. You just go to the changing the controls part, cancel, then change that to any keybind. Grab wire to activate text. We're almost done. We're going to fly over. Activate door. Fly back up. Then the game's almost over. And it's going to be 10 seconds once the window turns on. That'll activate the stalker or killer. 10 seconds, the door activates on this part, the killer activates on that part, and we want to see the door outside to stop time. Then it'll be time right there. And you can see she's still walking. She'll be halfway underground, and he'll be up there. And there's a few things. In the morning section, there's a cube over there. The time's up, so now we're just waiting for the police to arrive. Now we're just gonna go in the front. There will be a cube on the left. If you interact with the cube, it'll be like the character dying. You lose all control. And that's what spawns in the cars and despawns the cars. We're just going to where the police car is. The police car has collision. This is where it is. So I'm just going to go on top of it. Well, the police car is right here. There's a barrier right here. It spawns in that house, and you'll see her stand up.
What the hell?
And that's the end of the game number 1. It's quite fast. Game number 2 starts out very slow. Very slow. And the house has collision barriers there. Weird how the character just interacts with one keybind.
Yeah, it is really weird.
And episode 2, it starts out slow. I just gotta get the... It starts out very slow compared to episode 1. Gotta change the audio to it. Okay. So game number 2, I just turn that down just out of habit. There's a glitch to where we want to get over the barrier. It used to be where you just down patch it and the barrier behind the character disappears. But we found a way to glitch out the car in a way to get over the barrier, and I'll be showing off. It's quite weird in a way, since there's a way to get under the world if you hit the tree at the wrong angle, or it really flings around. It's gonna be after yellow text. Then it's gonna be starting right away. I usually turn off the radio, but I'll probably turn it on. It'll be at the sign, it'll be the tree to the left, and we want to hit on this part. Might have been too right. And lucky me, we're over. We're now out of bounds, and you could drive on all 4 parts of the vehicle. We don't want to be upside down. It's a pain to drive around like that. I want to flip over the vehicle, but try not to flip on the bottom part. I should just go all the way until that part, then. I don't want to drive sideways the entire time. But we're going the right direction. I want to go more right. Oh no, it's gonna be a pain now. But it's still doable. We're gonna follow this part and trees. I want to go to the trees, be more safe. The trees will be on the left. If we follow the path that way, we hit the logs. And this part's, those hills have collision. And I want to go to the trees on the left. Yeah, these are the trees out of bounds. If you just go to the trees now, it's going to be the part where there's no barrier. The part with no barrier has less details in the trees, ground, and like there's no logs. Oof. I don't like this. It's pain just driving upside. We're going to be, in the collision part. And then I gotta go more left. I think there's a way to unflip the vehicle, but I don't want to risk getting under the world. Going up, yep, we're going the turn part. There is a way to control the vehicle outside. We're gonna utilize that, but it's gonna be stuck. I'll show off. You use X and enter really. Use exit, then spam space forward and left click, and you'll be able to control it normally with WSD, but while outside of it. And we're going to use that to speed up, but it'll be stuck in place. We're going on, this is still the turning, so we're still on like the corner part. We should be getting close. We're turning right. I hope I'm in the right direction. I'll know. Is this... I think this is... yeah, this is more details, so we should be in the spot with the barrier. We should be getting close. Getting over the barrier skips the gas station, the long run. It skips a lot. Yeah, we're in the right area. You start seeing logs, more detail and stuff. That means we're in the part where the barrier is on both sides. And once there's the bridge or train tracks. We're in the right spot. And on the fence, we're gonna start to slow down. Slow down, spam space, we get out. We select logs. You don't have to look at the logs to push it, but oh, this is a first. It usually never tips over like that. Then we're gonna get over. And there's a chance the car will teleport. Oh. I got it. So now whenever I press W, you can hear it try to start. It's gonna be... The bridge is at, so it didn't teleport. So the dip right there and right here. It is dark in this area. So we're just gonna grab the objects and put where the truck will appear. And we gotta remember where our objects are since it's really dark. I grabbed the hat last because it's the smallest. And if you lose the hat in a bush or just anywhere, it's a pain to find any of the objects. So that usually is a reset. So every time I press W, you could hear the vehicle tries to move forward. If it wasn't stuck, it would be moving forward and backward as usual. Should be appearing soon. Yeah, that should be turned black screen soon. Yep. Then there's going to be a car. That car has 0 collision. And then there's going to be the truck. The truck has collision, and since the car hasn't teleported, there's a chance the truck will collide with the car pushing it. And there might be a chance it's going to push it against the... I'm going to move these right. I'm afraid that the truck is going to push the car into the objects. That has a chance of happening. Since usually the car will teleport right there. Out of the truck's way. Got all objects, and now we're just waiting for the truck to appear. It's gonna start speeding up after the truck appears, and it's gonna be the hotel section. That part goes fast. I could go back. The truck has collision and could collide with the character, but I'm gonna go back, confirm where all the objects are. Yep. There, here, and here. Is it gonna collide? Evan's gonna collide. Oh no. Well, that's close. I was a bit too safe with that, but that's fine. Rather be safe with it. It's forward. Oh no. It's fine. I just go back. There's that part, so it should be right here. That's what happens when I move the objects. Oh no. At least I got the hat, which is the smallest. Once I find one of the objects, they're all next to each other. It's not that far. Of course, I hope the car didn't collide with the objects. I'm too far. They should have been like right here. Unless the car collided with the objects. That's just the car. Is that... Man, of course. Then he just sits here. Let's just look. Look, and... Why is it always now that the objects... They can't go through. Unless the car collided with the objects, which... That's odd. They're like not here.
Interesting.
I assume the car collided with objects, pushing them under. Since this is the dip, and to the right. This happened one time before, but that was like early. The dip, I go to the right, I placed it here in this open area. I'm afraid it'll collide and move it. Do you want me to go to the hotel? After you put in objects, he just goes to the hotel. You want me to go to the chapter hotel?
Interesting.
That's interesting. First for everything. This is the chat. Oh, I could show see escape. I'm gonna go to the chapter, the hotel, which is right after this part. I'm just gonna show see escape. Should work here. Well, I'm just gonna go to the hotel. Alt F4, which is the only way to escape these games. Then I'm gonna go to the chapter hotel, which is right after the truck section, to continue. I was expecting some... well, I was the first.
Turns out when you're breaking the game this bad, weird things happen.
Yeah, I'm assuming the car collided with the objects, causing them to go under the world. So this is gonna be... Now the rest should be easy. It's pay 3 times. Then we're gonna interact with the vending machine to get the speed can stack, which is nice. You just spam consume and it just stacks. It lasts for 1 minute. Then you just go zoom in. You could just spam it, consume, and it just stacks really fast. You could go really fast, and there's no barrier stopping you from going. So you just follow this road and you could go out of bounds. There's no barrier stopping you on the road part. I would say, Episode 2 has a very slow start, but speeds up really quickly. Episode 3 is just really consistent on the speed part. So I'm right there. The door's not going to interact. So left, right, until he appears. Then you just stare. Do I still have speed? It should wear off by the time. You could get in this room. You'll see a character go. Yep. And if you go in there and he closes it, you're stuck. He just walks in circles forever. Then I still have the speed. That's surprising. Usually the speed wears off by now. Then the controls and everything are reversed. Then I'm going to show off a little something for like the death, but I'm not going to activate the death. You spam space and hold S and you end up next to the killer. He'll push the character and he'll go in the one part. Just spam space, and spam S. There he is. And you just spam click that and that'll be death 80%. That's just a waiting game. At the end, this door is always weird. At the end, if you go on top of here, while the killer's going in here, he won't be able to path to you. But So you just go on top of there and you just go forward until you pass, and he'll just stay right here just in a walking animation while you're right there. Then we're just gonna open the door. Go over the small barrier stopping us from walking out. And you're able to spawn 2 of them. So at the ending, you could see him walk in and start the ending, and you could spawn in 2 of them, and one will just be staring at you and the other will be like activated the ending, and you see you did it right, and he'll just be walking there. Then dialogue is gonna be appearing, and he's just gonna be sliding away, just doing his own thing. Go over the small barrier. Activate sync, then in exactly 12 seconds, looking away from the window will activate a flash after the black screen. Then we're almost done. Just waiting for the flash to appear. There's the flash. Then it's just a waiting game. You could watch Superman from here. And yeah, I tried so hard to get out of this room. The ceiling has collision out. I tried getting out of there. There's a glitch to where you could keep the mic active at all times. And we're just waiting for him to appear.
Hello?
Is he already there? Okay. Make sure not to open the door. Then I'm gonna have to be quiet. It's safe. There's a glitch where you could spawn 2 of them. So one would be just staring at you and you just see another one appear. Then that's game number 2. And this road is what was out. This would be on the right part of the map. So we spawn here and you go over there. This will be like that road. It goes and it ends. That's game number 2. And yeah. Now Carson House is a constant pace. Ooh. Would I say a lot happens in Carson Play? EP4, there's so much small stuff that you gotta do for EP4. Gotta get Carson House, 16 by now. And yeah. Carson House, just constant speed. There's no slow sections. It's just, it goes. And yeah. The beginning, yeah. And just spam space. And yeah, we utilize, it's a lot more sprinting. We're going to utilize C plus escape, which allows us to clip down. You could clip outbound, well, you could clip through the world, or if you're on like a second story, you would clip down. you can do that in every single episode except one. And episode 1 has like a completely different like physics stuff, like objects can interact with stuff a lot more in EP1. Then we're just gonna press Shift T to activate Jeffrey. We're gonna do that, then fail. We're just gonna void the key at first to get in. Just left and right until we get in. It's like really depending. Then we're in. Select the couch, spam TV, and up. Usually if you select the TV now, you'd be teleported to the couch, but we just select the couch and spam TV. Now we want to get outside. We're locked in. We don't have the key. So we're going to get outside from this spot until we got to be faster. We spam crouch and try to get out, and we go over the carpet. Now we're going to grab the key since we glitched our way in. Then it's just a waiting game until Jeffrey says dip the cardboard into the milk. Let's remember the password. Now we're gonna wait for Carson to text. It'll be 3 texts, and after that appears, you'll be able to stand up from the couch, but since we did the glitch to where we're not stuck in it, after the 3 texts appear, then we'll be able to grab the money. It's gonna be soon. Then we open chat on the stairs, then that looks at text, that text. Then the 2 pops. Now we can interact with the bike. The next thing we're gonna do is activate the bike teleport. You could do that. You're able to teleport to the bike doing this one thing. It's the same thing they could do with the car in episode 2. Like in episode 2, if you do the same thing, you're able to drive the car while out of it. If you do it on the bike, you're able to teleport to the bike. And you could do it with the RV, and it allows you to teleport to the RV, but there's no use for that. Stop, look down, sprint, spam, click. Then if spaces appear, that means we could teleport to the bike. There's the stalker. And we want one of the cars to hit the bike into one of the transition points. I grabbed the wrong guy. Grab milk, eggs, then rice. Rent, interact with cashier, teleport. Oh, is this no. So we're gonna go to the nearest transition point. Then that's the grocery store. Next, I want to go left. I haven't practiced this enough. There's a way to get over the hedge part, but it's really hard to get. Timing, well, it's not like hard. It's just I haven't practiced it enough. Put the groceries in the kitchen, then confirm or Carson. And we're gonna go upstairs and do see escape, which will clip our character through the floor. Got interact with computer. Then we're down. we want to open the door but close it to avoid that interaction. Then next is going to be power out, so we just want to do homework as fast as possible. Then power out, we're going to do seek escape, clip through after standing up from the power out. Spam space, I'll walk backwards since a little bit. In episode 1, you can't do this since you're able to uncrouch while in the phone menu. I'm stuck, am I? Yeah. The killer will be in that room. If you open the door and look right, you would see her and see in the corner. Got it, then it's gonna be homework. Do these all the way. Then she's gonna be in the corner. If the steps would you look in the camera and she walks away. But since we don't look at the camera, she'll be in the corner. All you have to do is not look at her and she won't aggro. She'll be behind the player model. And if you look at her, she'll be right behind us. If we turn around now, she'll just be right standing there. Next is gonna be the ending. We're in the final part. It's just gonna be spamming text, wait until that one text, then we spam through camera. We just wait for a player model to text, then we wait for them to text. He's messing with it. Then for the just wait for question mark. Is them at place. Spam through here to get to this point, then they text. Then wait for a specific text. It's really sketchy, then that means she spawned in, then we look at the camera and she spawns in behind that wall with a knife, and it's just waiting game. The flags, I did a couple 100% and I had to practice the flags, so I haven't done it in a while. Should know. This one. Boo damage. I should have done that. Wait. Okay. Just waiting game. She should be in close. Right there, then we activate night vision until yellow text appears. Then we're gonna go into the one part with the mic, then get under, then go right here. Yellow text. Move the mouse in position. Just gotta wait for text, then it'll be the ending. Okay, that's then. She aggroes. Oop, let's get through this. She aggroes, and 100% what you would do is you aggro her, then activate the ending, then die in the yellow text to activate one of the deaths, then this part. But that's episode 3. Next is gonna be Ironbark. That Ironbark, there's a lot. I have Ironbark, I have at least 95 hours in. That's the one I played the most. So I spent at least 3 hours just studying the diner, figuring out ways to like skip stuff, just the diner part for Ironbark. I spent one day, I just got a big bowl of popcorn and just went in the diner, just studying the pathing. I figured out so much from the pathing and everything of the waitress and everything. Gotta get audio. Game Pro. Ironbark. There's so much little things in Ironbark that right now you could get below. The fastest you can do with a perfect time and everything is 15 minutes. My best right now is 15:45. And just one small mistake and you're not getting 15. It's the part where I slow down the most is the computer sections, but there's a lot. And episode 5, I would say the part that could really slow down is the fishing and Jenga. Those two parts are just pure RNG. The only RNG part in episode 4 would be the diner and the pathing of the waitress. And yeah. You could teleport to the RV if you like spam click space and hold W, but you won't be able to open the door, so you have to use the bag. The RV has no collision with the roof, so you have to get out of the RV with the bag, and that'll be able to get you to teleport to the RV with a way to get out. But there's no point in teleporting to the RV since it's only a few short sections. And am I going to be able to get the RV drift? It's going to be coming up soon. Gotta get it right. Now, got it. You drift to hit the side since the brakes are a lot. The waitress is in a really good spot. Spam space, click, go into the spot where we're right now. Our character model is right there where she passed. So now she would just walk into that corner since we're blocking her path. Blocking that, now she's walking there. And we click this part, then the toilet to skip most of the toilet section while spamming escape. Then we push the waitress. You could still hear the toilet. You could still see it. And we spam click for food. Then Ironbark. It's caps lock. Then we seek food. Get the password. Then she's in the corner and she's in a bad spot. Someone's gonna stand up after 9 seconds after that. She'll pass her. She's in like the worst spot she could be. She passed to 11 points in the diner randomly, and it could change if you sit down or interact with her between the 11 points. And she was in, like, I would say point number 1 out of like 11. Oh, the salt phases through. And we just spam space and we're in our last position. Click, then spam W to get a good start. The next is going to be Billy. And EP4, you could push all the NPCs, but they changed it in episode 5, Blueberry Getaway, to where you can't push the NPCs. There's only one NPC you could push in episode 5, and it's the guy in the elevator. And we're gonna get to Billy. That's gonna be the first night, which a lot happens. Billy, we're gonna be pushing him a lot. Then we're gonna get in position. Spam space. Spam space while moving forward. You can see Simon. He was in the diner. We go right here to where he was spawned in. Usually he spawns in here, but now he was spawned in front. Push in, spam space. Wait a second, then we push. Get ready. I spam space. Yeah, you spam space to get through the dialogue, but they changed it in episode 5 to now where you gotta spam enter to get through dialogue. We tried to get on the bridge. We're too far right. We want to get on the bridge in the dark screen. So, yeah. Now there's gonna be a lot. We're gonna use the urinal activate generator. And we're gonna do the one thing at the end, and it skips a section at the end. Then it's just gonna be a lot. But I guess. Generate into. And we run up. The wood right now, if you try to grab the wood right now, it'll be showing, but you won't be able to grab it. We gotta activate Connor first. 1745.1. Usually what you would do is wait for the number to appear, but if you go out then in, you could see the number. Usually that number above. So it's 1745.1. Something 45.1, we do weather. Oop, I'm still on this part. Then I spam click here instead of space to get back here immediately. Clear. Then we activate that, then dialogue. We do want to clip down here. The trigger to activate the wood is going down the stairs. There's no point in going over the railing. Grab the wood for the night. Then next is gonna be smoke in the woods. It's really easy to get out of bounds. You could get all the way down there to Tower 12 and it'll be... yeah. And I spam space here. Look my position. Usually you would go on the deck and pee, but since we use the urinal, then, well, that one thing, and we skipped one of Connor's dialogue. I wasn't spamming right click. We're gonna use Shift L, which activates the camera. And I'm pretty sure the Shift L saves the screenshot in like a weird file location. You could find all those in like a random folder. I'm pretty sure we found that. Then 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 we grab the bear spray, then clip down. Did it too soon? Yeah, no. I gotta back up. Okay, we clip down. There's 2 bear spray, and if you hold one bear spray and go next to the other, and you activate the bear spray, both bear spray activate at the same time, so you can have like double the mist. Look right a little bit. You could see the cultist hiding behind the tree. I'll try to show him. He'll be behind... right there. He's behind that tree. If you go close, he just sneaks off. And we just go get the laugh. If you, and Smoke in the Woods, if you get out of bounds and go to the smoke itself, the smoke is a lie. There's 0 trees around it, and it's just like a 2D smoke effect just coming out from the ground. Do I want to show off the... I'm going to show off a cool glitch. Might as well. It's not gonna really affect much. It's just gonna show off what I got. Gonna be showing off how I got my profile picture with one of the glitches. It'll be next chapter. Toss in. The reason why we grab 2 is when we grab 1 and go up, you won't be able to grab the second one. And what grabbing 2 means is we skip one of the jump scare sections and we save a bunch of time. Close these boards. Then escape to avoid going all the way around. Grab this. 17. I could confirm again. Yeah, 17. 48.6. 48.6. 17. You can have like infinite numbers here. And it'll just show up, and you could just keep spamming it and it'll take up like the entire page. So if you just hold 3 for like 3 minutes, it'll just be 3s all the way going down through the entire page. And lasagna, you don't have to cook the lasagna. Then close the door, and you can eat it just like this.
I prefer my noodles with a bit of crunch, you know?
Yeah. And if you turn the graphics all the way down, the RV will be like an overwhelming glowing. The entire RV will just be glowing in the front part while sitting down. If you turn graphics all the way down. Then it's a neat little glitch. It's where it's just following all around. And we spam space, then look bomb right. Oh, there's so many glitches I could show off. I'm gonna show off a cool glitch. I just gotta be quick. I activate the weather. I just changed this to wind, X out, get the wood in position. Open this, you could turn on lights. 6084. Then we click on the school, activate Connor, then I'm gonna show off a cool little glitch. Wait for Connor. And we're gonna aggro the cultist. Hello? Then go to bed. He's gonna be right next to the bed and he's gonna be here the entire game, but he won't be able to do nothing. The only thing he's gonna do is camera shake the entire time we're here now. Did it just crash? That's a first. It kicked me out.
It said no. You thought
Well, I guess I won't be showing off the glitch. What would be happening is the cultist would be next to the bed. He'll be in a running animation for the entire time you're there. If you could go next to him and he won't be able to do nothing. Oh, now the wood's not here. Well, that's fine. We could grab it. 22 should be 23. 56.2. 56.2. I forgot to cook the lasagna. Is it 2? Oh no, I forgot. 22. I forgot. I gotta grab the wood. Wind speed.
23, right?
Yeah, 23. $22. It's usually 2 numbers or above. Let me just confirm everything. 56.2. And that's what, wait. It was 23. 56.2, 23. 56.2, 23. Wind. Then we just interact with him. We make sure not to... We want... Oh, I guess we can't really show off the one glitch. Usually, if you do the stove and everything, Conroy will interact next. Just throw it right back in. Forgot to put that in, but yeah. The cultist would be like right here in the running animation, just looking at us. And you could go right next to him. The screen will be shaking a little bit. And you could get... And he would just be looking at us. You could sit down and look at him. And we're gonna eat the lasagna. Really quickly. Then we're gonna grab the wood. The wood will be up here, but now that the wood's down there, we're gonna be activating Simon. But it's not like the biggest thing. I gotta make sure to run down. And Simon's gonna be here. And we just quickly go through his dialogue. He'll just be punching. Is he sliding? He was for a second. And EP4 is almost done. Next is going to be update, then the last chapter. Now Connor's going to be here. I better be standing. Then bed. Next is gonna be update. Update, there's a glitch where if you exile the update section too fast, the doors won't open. So you gotta wait like a few seconds. Gotta make sure not to be spamming space, then we wait. And update. 5487. 5487. Then we wait a second. If we X out of this section too fast, the doors won't open. Then we run down, activate generator, then porta potty. You could interact with the toilet right here. And if you activate a mic glitch, I'm gonna show off. Gotta go a little bit more left. You activate mic glitch. Then you look at, well, you could interact with the toilet from outside with the mic glitch. I tried implementing that in the speedrun, but I couldn't get it to work. Then the transition to the final chapter is right here. Spam space here. Continue spam space, hold shift. I grab bag. The see escape doesn't work for this part. Look up to go over. Then we go to landing. We're gonna spam L at the landing part. That skips running to there and it activates the credits right away. And boom, that's the end of EP4. Yeah. And EP5, it's gonna be the longest one. Especially fish. The fish is just complete RNG. You could get like 15 fish without the required 3. And activate audio. Woodbury. There's one glitch I want to show off. There's a way to fling the truck 1,000 meters into the sky. It's at Welcome to Woodbury. You glitch out Michael to extent to where he's floating out of the truck. And if you collide with the vehicle at the right angle, the truck will just fling across the map.
That's awesome.
I'll just show off how to get Michael activated, but it'll only take like 10-second diversion. Spam space. There is a way to get on top of this part. And spam coffee. Let's back up. Then it requires getting on top of the counter. Then you could use as that. You get on top of there, then do it again, and you could get on top of the ceiling part. And you could see the janitor is behind that door. Just saying there. And the transition to the toilet, you could walk through this door. So we go to where the janitor is and you spam A and D. Once saying up, and it'll activate the janitor right away. Am I too far back? And you would spam enter through text, but the exit is right away, so we don't spam it there. Next is the computer section, then track section. Spam enter and click. You could spam any key for this part. Then select the cabin. Then spam through this part. that was no yellow text. I really spammed through that. Yeah, this you could push him with the bag. He's the only NPC you could push in the game. Only one. And you could go here. And then when the truck spawns in, it didn't you can only do that while the truck isn't spawned in. There's a barrier right now. Once Michael gets out, the barrier disappears. Then it's just gonna be a long driving section. It's gonna be a little bit for Michael to get to the ending part. Should like take, shouldn't be that long. And this road is a lie. At the end, if you interact with Michael and stay in the yellow text, and it goes in one giant circle. This road is just one giant circle. So if you interact with him and wait like 10 minutes, you see the same building in like 10 minutes without activating the ending point. So, yeah. First, waiting for the deer. Then it's gonna be Moe's Pizza. Then welcome to Woodbury. Then it's gonna start after that part. It's gonna speed up. So, well, it's gonna show. Well, I guess we're gonna use a cooler clip. We're gonna grab in the house at the windows. If you crouch at one of the windows, the character will go down to like the lowest point. And the windows are placed in different heights. So there's like a short crouch, which is at like the short window. And there's like a tall crouch. For the cooler clip, it requires the short crouch. And you look 180 up, throw the cooler, move forward, and it could clip the character up a level. And that's what we're going to be using. Then what other clips? See, escape clips the character down. Then we should be getting to the deer clip very soon now. We want to spam through the dialogue to get through it quickly. And it should be any second. And track. Yes, yes. Then Moe's Pizza. We'll go really quickly. There's a glitch where you can make it where Michael doesn't grab the pizza. But if you're slow enough, it could end on a soft lock. I don't think I'm going to do that one. But all it is just standing and interacting with Michael to activate it. It's really easy to activate. Then, yeah, most pizza just goes by really fast. Spam enter. Then go to this part and we wait for Michael. You could get infinite drinks through there. Then we go into position. We go right here looking at the table, spamming enter until the mouse disappears. Once it disappears, we can move forward while spamming the table quickly, then we interact with him. Usually you can't stand up now. You could stand up, then interact with him, and that activates the glitch. Then you'll be able to grab the pizza box early, but if you're not fast enough, he'll activate his text, causing you to soft lock. You'll be able to grab the pizza now. Like usually he'll just stay sitting, then you grab it, then go here. Then it's gonna be dialogue, then pizza. It's gonna be eating dialogue, pizza. All vegetables. And what's weird on the door is it says pull, but Michael pushed on the door. It is a funny part. Yes, Michael. I'm gonna show off one glitch, but then I'm just gonna go back in the vehicle. It's really easy. All it takes is Xing and entering the truck really fast. That's all it takes to activate it. Yes, Michael. He gives us the keys, then onto Welcome to Woodbury. We're gonna spam S and space to get out of the vehicle as fast as possible. Just show off the glitch. We're gonna enter, then he's gonna be out. He moves based on WASD, and that's how you activate. That's the start of the glitch. And in the glitch, we're gonna want him to move forward into that corner right there. He has collision, so that's like the only corner where he doesn't stop the truck. Then we're gonna drive to like a downhill part and get hit by a car, and it launches the truck. And that's how it gets started. That'll be the car you hit. Then it's gonna be two, then it's just gonna be start. Michael, you can only crash a certain amount of times until it kicks you out to the chapter selection. In episode 2, you can crash as much as you want, but in this one, I think they did it to like make it harder to glitch out of bounds, but all you have to do is turn around, go right a bit to avoid the trigger, then left, and you can get out of bounds there. It's really easy to get out. And we're almost at the house. Should be around the corner. We don't have to grab the bag, but Michael grabs the cooler. It's gonna go really quick from this point. We're gonna skip the toilet, which causes a small glitch, but it's really easy to avoid. 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 3. Grab the keys. Michael gonna activate? No, he's gonna activate. We're gonna grab the short crouch from here. Grab the cooler, empty it. Toss, then put food in. Close. Activate this dialogue so it doesn't affect us in the future. How am I gonna get it? Let's go. Then we're gonna do C escape to clip down. Usually it'll clip you up just one level, but that just clips you all the way up. If you do it outside, it'll just go on forever. The cooler clips in the character, and it'll be right below you, and you can just go up forever. But I lost the cooler now. What would be beneficial? Yeah, he has the bag. You could glitch out to where he holds the bag, cooler, and fishing rod all at the same time. And please wait for their pathing. Next is that part, then fishing. Since we skipped the toilet, there's an invisible barrier right here. which is really easy to avoid. It's just a simple C and escape. And you can interact with the doors from down here. Where is it? The door right here, and closet doors right here. The stool is like right there. Yep, we lost the cooler, so we can't do one of the glitches for the future. That should be fine. Grab the Jenga for the minigame chapter. Let's get through these dialogue really quickly and almost through this part. Then toss it right there. We don't have the cooler. We would use the cooler to glitch up. I'm gonna grab a plate quickly. Since the barrier is... Wait. I forgot, the barrier disappears now. I did it correctly. So we're just gonna wait for the one dialogue. Usually you just go right here to get over the barrier, but that dialogue despawns the barrier. We were able to move in this part. And did I get... no, I missed. See, escape. You can see him teleport there. Go to this part, and now this part. This is a run killer right here. It's all RNG from here. We need 3 carp to be able to go to the next chapter, and it's completely RNG. On how much carp you get. You could get 3 carp. You could get like 8 bluegill, 2 carp, then 7 bluegill, then 1 carp. I got at one in one of the runs. Yeah, we start from here, then there, then fish from there. And we do the mini game. And hopefully I get lucky. Nice, nice. Then I do the second fishing spot here. Then I go there for him to sit down. Then wait for the mini game. Am I gonna get lucky? No. Spam enter, the bag should disappear. Hopefully that doesn't do anything iffy. Then it's just fishing. Next is gonna be Jenga, which is another RNG part. We got 1 gold common carp, we just need 2 more. Oh, I forgot. You could see the hiker just go through there. But I have to look left. Then, after the fishing and Jenga part, the rest is easy. And yeah, the rest is easy after the fishing and Jenga. 2 goldfish. There's not much I could show off here. Just nice fishing. That's a surprise. The goldfish are even more rare than the common carp. I just got 3. Okay. For being common carp, they sure aren't common.
Common the slightest.
The bluegill is more common than the common carp. I spent like 2 hours here trying to figure out how to duplicate the fish. And there might be a way, but I doubt. And it's like interacting with Michael with the fish minigame active, which allows you to walk around while in the fishing minigame, and you could get to the couch while in the fish minigame. Yeah. Next is gonna be the cooking part. We're just gonna get the ingredients ready. He's just gonna be taking his time. So we're gonna get the ingredients ready. The yogurt is gonna be first. We gotta be careful not to have the paprika land. It'll clip through the ground. I remember it happening in a really good run too. Like I just tossed it, it just clipped right through. And we're just waiting for Michael. And spam enter. Then we grab the 2 fish. Spam enter, let's open that. Then we don't close that. If we close the oven door at that moment, the game will have soft locked.
Oh no.
So you gotta be careful with going too fast on that part. This is another RNG part. We always go center, center. I'm just gonna show something. You could go out of the box. And you just gotta be quick with it. And you could get back in, but there's no point. There is a way to glitch Michael and him grabbing multiple Jenga blocks in one turn. But it's really inconsistent and... it's really inconsistent. And it involves hooking up the controller, and it's more consistent hooking up the controller. EP5 just recently released on the PlayStation 5. I've yet to do any testing on that, see if anything different changed. And Home Alone is on phone, and it's now in like a new... It's now in like the episode 2 through 5 physics. And yeah. Then we just go centers. Next, after this is gonna be food, and yeah, we got the glitch where he does 2. Then it's gonna speed up from here. The rest is easy. Really easy. There's only one spot you gotta be careful of a soft lock, but it's really easy to avoid. Really easy. Turn on the TV, then resetting the fish.
Mark, it's funny. You weren't here this morning.
Then Jeffrey,
Welcome back
version
to
2.
Cooking with Jeffrey. I'm Jeffrey, and today
And-
we will be cooking
Yeah, fish.
asparagus chocolate cake with a spoonful.
Next
of
is gonna be hide and
mayonnaise.
seek, which goes really fast.
This delicacy is very popular.
Yeah, show off a cool glitch. All it takes is just pressing escape while in the sink, and you can move around. You could go through walls a little bit.
Season these with
You can interact with Michael right here, and like the movement's really weird.
after letting these simmer in the
And there's a barrier right here. We gotta wait for Michael to get in the room to activate the dialogue.
yes, the cocoa beans need to be blended.
He's in the room and dialogue. Oh, messages. spam enter, then see escape to quickly get down. Am I over a bad spot? I think I am. Yeah, it's doing that. Got it. And we enter the next step. We could see Michael spawn in. And we're gonna next find him, which we're in the closet above. Spam enter, then I click 2. We gotta get to Michael quickly. You could interact with the closet door and it activates Michael right there too. We place this here. Got that activates his dialogue, and it'll activate the second dialogue faster now that we got it. And we're gonna go into the shed to hide. Into the final chapters. Wait for it to close, and we go over here. He's gonna go down the stairs, and he's gonna spot us sooner now that we go over here. And we go against here for him to interact with us. Then that should be hide and seek. Spam enter. We're almost at the end of hide and seek. We're gonna interact with Rick from this floor. He's gonna be above.
You can use whatever kind you like.
You can interact with the door right here.
Fantastic.
Activating him.
Gasoline fully soaks into the noodles. It's actually kind of
Then
scientific.
Eh.
Bill Nye who?
now we're just gonna wait for
Molecules of
Rick to get down. We're gonna interact with Rick since they collide
now that this is cooking.
for Michael to get through. You could do seek escape.
If your oven
Yeah, it should be fine. And it's gonna be yellow dialogue, so we're gonna spam, then spam space in a second. Waiting for the yellow dialogue. Then wait for the icon to appear to spam. Activate Michael. Wait for his text. We get this in place. Then we move back and forth. There was a spot where... what just happened? Did I get clipped up? How? Michael, you mind explain what happened?
Oh no.
This is like a first. Might be able to fix this with seek escape. Michael, I need to. The bed's right there. Anything I could think of. The only thing I can think of is seek escape. I think I know what happened. I know exactly what happened. You could clip through the bed. Like, you could just walk through the bed. I was in this corner where Michael sat down. So when he sat down, it launched my character up.
Oh no. Okay.
So, any part I could interact with the bed, it's right there. The only way to quit out is with Alt F4 since they didn't put any pause menus, but I could try seek escape a couple more times. That didn't work. See then dialogue? Okay. Wow. I'm gonna have to quick out, then join back in. The chapter's right there, too. So now I know to avoid the corner of the bed. That was like a first. It's midnight, only 4 more chapters. Midnight is like a minute chapter. So I'm gonna avoid the bed. Spam dialog. Yellow text should appear. I didn't lose much progress. That was like a genuine surprise. Wait for it. So I'm gonna avoid the corner of the bed. Yeah, I was in the corner since you could. If you move fast enough, you'll be able to walk in the bed. And I think I was right where he was when he sat down. It launched the character up. Then, yeah. Look right here, spam enter. He's talking about the one trip. Okay, he's now. Then, just gonna go quick. And we just wait for Michael. We're gonna, yeah, not much. We're almost done. Only 3 more chapters, and those chapters should go by fast. Should be dialogue, then it's gonna be the hiker. He's gonna be at the door. We meet him 3 times in the game. One at the Moe's Pizza. One is him going across the dock after we catch the first fish. And he spots us. We're gonna be able to see Rick spawn in and everything very soon. It's gonna be... Gotta wait for the dialogue, then it's gonna be Rick's chapter next. Then hiding in the basement. He was banging on the cellar door, waking up Rick. That was like the sudden sound, then you could hear the hiker screaming. I assume the hiker, that was him throwing a snowball, warning us of Rick. I'm assuming that was what happened, but I assume Rick got him in the process. You could see the cellar door open. The hiker was banging on here. There's a sudden sound, a scream, then a snowball. I assume... Oh, yeah, Rick appears from there. So I assume he got him. But the hiker was warning us in the process. You can see how the crouches shrink now. Whenever we crouch, we're at that height. And there's like a tall crouch in the bathroom part. Open the door. Then we move here. Usually just talk to him right there, then he walks here by default, but we could have him walk to us right here, speeding things up. And he's gonna path through there. Then this is when we learn that this is the fake Rick. Then he's gonna run there. If we go there, he'll aggro. But Then you could open the door on him. Then we're gonna run up, and it's gonna be another mic section. Okay, now we're gonna go over here, crouch down. Right now, Rick thinks we're in the ceiling, so when the phone call happens, he aggroes to where your location is, but the game thinks you're in the ceiling, and he'll aggro to the closet. Usually, if you just go in here normally, he'll aggro toward us right away since he knows where we are. But right now, the game thinks we're in the ceiling, so we could be right next to Rick and everything, and he won't aggro. We're gonna wait for a cat to meow, and that was a. Are they gonna activate? You guys mind activating? This is. Loud. I gotta turn it down on my headphones. I hope that the cat sounded. So I know what happened. I activated the mic. What we do is wait for a cat, then go downstairs and it activates the end of the game. Should be easy 1 minute to get back. What I don't like is there's no volume control in the game, so you gotta do it like through external sources.
Oh, yeah, that's rough.
I'm not gonna make the mistake of going too close. So I'm just gonna stay a distance until that cat activates. Then, yep, just gotta wait for the phone call. He aggroes toward where he thinks we are. And the microphone is what aggroed him. So I'm just gonna stay and make sure not to pass that line. The cat activates. Then wait for the door to bash down, and it's time. One loyalty. Yeah. That's game.
GG.
And that's the game. That's all 5. I hope you enjoyed. It was fun being here.
Yeah, thank you so much for showing these off. I really like these games, so it was awesome to be able to have you showcase the speedruns.
Thanks for allowing me to show off the games. And if anyone wants to give it a shot, I got 80% guides for all 5 games. And if you have any questions, I'll be in the Fierce Fathoms server if anyone wants to try any of these.
Yeah, and I mean, some of the games are pretty short. So, like, if you're looking for a short, sweet game, you can pretty easily get into them. So, definitely check them out if you're interested.
EP3, I would recommend Carson House. It has the simplest glitches. It's mostly Sea Escape. And the beginning, it's mostly just Sea Escape. So I recommend episode 3 for newcomers. It's a consistent speed, so there's no big slow parts for it. Okay. And,
Yeah.
yeah.
Do you have anything else you want to say before we close out?
Thanks for having me, and that should be all.
Thank you so much. Like I said, I really like these games, so it was awesome to have you on and showcase them. I did not realize how many glitches there were with this, so thank you so much for showcasing as many as you could. And yeah.
I guess. You want me to hit stop?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today is our Halloween special. We've got a bunch of spooky games for you. Before we get into our second, I guess, 6th game of the night, we've got a quick reminder for you. Games Done Quick is hiring. We are looking for an event programming lead that will be responsible for the 10,000 feet view of our mainline event schedules. If you are interested or know somebody that is, you can go to gamesonthequick.com/jobs for more information. You need to apply before November 2nd. With all that said, we have Mouthwashing here. I'll hand it over to our runner.
Thank you, Church. I hugely appreciate it. Everybody, welcome on into Mouthwashing. I'll talk to you a little bit more about what the category name is in just a second. But just before we start, I'm going by Nico Hart, a UK variety streamer. It's currently, like 1:45 a.m. So we're going to be bashing through and using mouthwash safely in this video game. So, what is any percent glitch? So, the quotation marks for glitch is kind of important because there's no glitches. I know, can't believe it, right? But there is an achievement name in this game called any percent glitch, in which you have to try to do a certain bit within like 35 seconds. The only way that you can do it is by enabling cheats, which you can see right here. That's right, cheating is glitching, I know. So we're going to be enabling no clipping and the dialogue skipping. That is part of the any percent glitch for us to go faster than the glitchless. So you'll be seeing a lot of flying around, a lot of like just lack of conversation. So I'll try to fill the marks as soon as I can, basically. Aside from that, like, enjoy this psychological horror adventure game, by the way. This was made by Wrong Organ, released this year, published by Critical Reflex. Concept of the story before we start. I think it's probably going to be a good time because it goes by quickly, and I'll try to fill it in as much as I can. So, the TLDR is the game follows 5 crew members of the freighter spaceship Tulpa after a mysterious crash leaves them stranded in space, trapped within the Tulpa as supplies dwindle. The captain, alive but severely maimed and unable to speak or move, is blamed by the remaining crew for deliberately crashing the ship for unknown reasons. The game uses a split, non-linear narrative. Let's kick the game up. Okay, so the RTA is going to be starting as soon as the bottom right skip symbol goes away. I'll call it as well. I'm also going to be recording this, and I'm going to be calculating the LRT. Literally, it's got a PB the other day of a 2145. No, yeah, 2145 LRT. Let's see if we can beat it. Screw it. Let's do it. All right. I love this game so much. It is so trippy. This one of my favorite parts is that it's extremely trippy. All right. The time's going to start now. All right, the first thing that we're going to be doing is turning on our no clip. I bound it to my mouse. We're going to be turning on the no clip and skipping through the dialogue, and we're going to be clicking on the spaceship handle here. Then we're going to be skipping and going back out. We're going to be flying through these doors. We're going to go forward, back, forward, back, forward, back, forward, back, forward, back, forward, back. Every time we go through, the other side of the door like changes. We're waiting for a very specific kind of a situation where the smoke starts to build up, and we're going to see, I think it's this door here. Yep. We're going to come back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. There it is. Okay, now chapter 1. It goes by so quickly. There's a tiny bit of RNG, but essentially what's going on is that we've realized that somebody is just trying to crash the ship on purpose, and that was like pretty much at the point of that happening. So we're at the point now where we're trying to talk with our crew, like I think this is like a bit before the actual crash happens, and we're like, what are we transporting? Like, what is going on here? And this is like millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of boxes of mouthwash, which is a standard thing that you love to transport, isn't it? So, the kind of the crew name, like, you know, the company name that there is part of is called the Pony Express. And now the non-lineative, we're going 7 days before the crash. We're having a bit of a physical checkup. So we're needing to make sure that we can also check up with our friends as well. We're going to be trying to get one of our interns, Daisuke, who doesn't quite know the ship too well, and he's got himself encased in foam. Hardening foam. Foam that he can't get out of, so we need an axe for it. So great. So we're going to be using the axe like very carefully around the legs. Oh, very carefully around the legs to try to get him out so Daisuke can return to his work and do his good jobs. And Anya, the lady that you saw in the first part there, was interviewing us. We don't exactly know who we are at the moment in time. So we are going to be trying to do a physical check with, I think it says Jimmy over there. Yeah, Jimmy. And yeah, it's Jimmy. God, like the game goes so fast, I kind of blur the characters a tiny bit. And as we're going down into what is the cockpit, in which we were going to be trying to do our physical examination with Jimmy, things start to go a little bit awry. Now, the entry to the cockpit doesn't really have that big old the staircase downwards. Or this big bellowing pit of blood. Of course, I don't think it does. So we're just going to fly our way all the way down. And this is kind of the start of essentially the protagonist that we are now, which is we are basically our Curly, not really able to handle, you know, taking the pressure or like, you know, like living up to reality. And they're kind of like, this is like their little bit of their escapism, their way of handling things is by having sort of like bizarre out-of-body experiences and like these kind of like hallucinations, because it's the only way that a Curly can cope with the choices and the mistakes that he's making, basically. So I would urge you not to watch a lore explanation video of this. This will explain it a lot more than me. There are going to be some topics and some trigger warnings and stuff like that I'm going to be crossing over because, you know, sensitive content. So if you all want to know a little bit more about like the very inside context of the game, go watch an explanation video. That's the best way I can say it. By the way, there's a big sun that just rises from nowhere out of the bellowing pit of blood, of course. And then bright lights. I'm sorry. I know white lights hurt when you're in the dark. So we're going to be going back into the cockpit in which we were going to in the first place. Skipping through our dialogue. We're doing all of our psychological examination, not the physical, psychological. There's a major difference. And then we're going to get this note and look at it. And the best part about this game is the transitions of the data moshing. Is some of my favorite things about this game is that you can just transition and you can move around in bits of the data moshing. It's awesome. Right, this is what we're transporting. I'm going to turn the music up. It's really joyful. Revolutionary new dental hygiene product. Brand new formula designed to kill bacteria and kill germs without leaving a bad taste. I love this song so much.
It's so good. It's no, I mean, they're good.
And there we go. There's the data moshing transition sound effects as well. Here we go. This is all of the mouthwash. So basically 2 months after the crash, we kind of finally realized, what are we transporting in the first place? And then we realized that it's got like 14% ethanol in it. So Swansea, that guy there, basically breaks his 14-year sobriety and starts drinking mouthwash. Normal things. Happy birthday, everybody! So the company can only celebrate one person's birthday every month. So they are celebrating Curly's because why not? We're going to be taking a sweetener. We're also going to be getting 1, 2, 1, 3. God, I got that wrong. To try to get some gelatin because we're going to be making a cake. I wish making cakes was as easy as this. Put it back, please. water packet, gelatin packet. That's a cake, but it's not a cake yet. We're going to be putting in a sweetener. And cake magically made. Happy birthday to you. Okay. Living Looney Bin found something really fun for this bit. Like, if you are good with your mouse, this is how you cut the cake. Is you literally spam your mouse backwards and forwards as quickly as you can, cutting it so unsettlingly, because that's the future reference, which I'm not going to spoil just yet. But it's so unsettling, the cake. It's so, you know when they say the cake is a lie, but what about the cake is also unsettling? I don't know. Right, at this point here, we're trying to we're going to be trying to check in on Curly. Curly, this is a bit after the crash, so during that explosion that we saw, like, really at the base beginning, this is what Curly looks like now. All of his arms and everything have been maimed, and he's just not feeling that great. I didn't pick up any painkillers. There we go. We're going to use the painkillers, and we're going to open his mouth, go into his mouth, and then spamming through. And I'm going to start Alt F4ing the game because... not that. Not a mouth ulcer, god damn it. There's a reason that we do this, is that it's actually faster at this point to be able to close and reload the game, because the transitions between how long you have to wait for actually giving the pills and the unsettling sounds of giving Curly the pills compared to actually just quitting out is a lot better, but I have to make sure I re-enable the cheats every single time. Right, shall we have a nice little birthday experience with Curly over here? And take responsibility for our misgrievous actions and stuff like that. So let's go down to try to find the missing knife that we're going to try to have this lovely birthday cake with. And it's an axe with lots of preceding eyeballs around on all the screens. And the cake has been replaced with Curly. Wait a second. Wait a second. This can't be good. So... 4 months after the crash, they've only had about 4 months left of food remaining. So this is now the point where they're like trying to start living on scraps and the mouthwash. So you can see Swansea over here. He's like in his prime, in his element, in his mouthwashing pristine. Please don't drink mouthwash. It's really bad for you. But he's not really having the best time at all. Like, and the way that he's kind of like lashing out and dealing out with things is, again, through breaking his sobriety and just drinking mouthwash consistently. Now, the only remaining painkillers that we can give to Curly is inside of this little bit here, but we need to take in a specific order, which is the isopropyl alcohol and then the painkillers. And just trying to start consoling to us, because they've been going through a few things, which, again, sensitive topics I'm not going to talk about, but again, it's not pleasant experiences at all. We managed to eventually give the medicine to Curly, and we're on to the next chapter. Would you believe that we're already into chapter 10? I know, this game goes so quickly as a speedrun. First thing we need to do here is we need to close the door, then go over to here, because Swansea is getting a little bit more enraged, and he's trying to stop us from making any bad choices, so we're going to try to barricade the door. Swansea's just got an axe, and then tries to open up the door and try to, do things, basically. Now, this is the point where Anya really tries to console us and actually tries to say, this is what's happened, I need help because things aren't going well. And I think this is Curly at this point here, are just not a good enough person to be able to actually be there for her, and we basically just we don't do anything to help her out, and that's why things get a little bit more messed up down the road. So good job, Curly. Good job. Bad. Right, this is where some fun glitched experiences come into the bit. So what we're going to do is we're going to be doing the code scanner, going back out, no clipping out, and then letting go of no clip to fall down faster than we would was if we were no clipping like this. And this is part of the any percent glitched achievement. You have to do things in that specific order, which is basically turning on your code scanner, falling down each of the the transitional segments to get to the mouthwash, to give it to Daisuke as quickly as possible, and that's how you do it. So for those who are curious how to get it in 35 seconds, that's how you get the achievement, by doing exactly this. I've got to wait for a specific cue. Around here. If you skip it too quickly, you have to do another Alt F4, but it was actually faster to wait for a bit, so you can get the actual prompts that you need to just skip through. So from here, that point that we were talking to Swansea a moment ago downstairs, we're now going to try and find a way to knock him out, because apparently the utility room is, you know, we can't get into the utility room because Swansea has been hoarding it for this whole time, or basically saying it's non-functional. I wish all cocktails make that sound. But then we find out, after we manage to basically give Swansea a spiked cocktail to make him black out quickly, that the utility room was functional all this time. And even though like there was like you know, the foam after the crash that expanded and hardened and did knock out a few of the what are they called again, a cryo chamber, like the cryopods, there was one remaining. And after all this time, with everything that's been going down, as a last resort, Swansea would try to basically screw everybody else over in this freight vessel to exist for about 20 years in here, in the hopes that maybe somebody would be able to like rescue them or something like that, whilst everybody else just dies. Because what a nice person Swansea is, right? By the way, Dice 2K shouldn't have gone up into that little vent bit, because it's kind of bad in there. It's kind of bad. And sorry, was it in the church?
It is very
Yeah. It is very bad situations, to say the least. So he dies in that vent, which is, I know, I could make an Among Us reference, but I'm not going to, even though I kind of did anyway. It's fine. This is the point where I won't acknowledge the storyline on stream. I would say, look at the Lore Explained, they'll give you more information. But basically, Anya announces to us that she's pregnant and that she needs more help. And that's where I'm going to stop it at that point, because I know it will have very unsettling conversational like standpoints, or just the story behind it. By the way, Swansea's trying to put Daisuke out of his misery, because, you know, that's why we're trying to get the mouthwash for Daisuke in the first place, because they had a bit of an issue or something like that. So the ethanol in the mouthwash would have been able to help against the wounds, but it didn't work. So Swansea decides to throw an axe in his face. Again, Swansea's a very good person. At this point here, like the kind of the big process was us to try to get the gun, but now we can. It's inside of here. The code is 739. And as we get the gun, Curly starts to laugh, which is really discomforting. And then Swansea starts to come after us. To get through this chapter faster, just no clip faster towards him. That's how you do it. And then we can just quickly, oh God, can I find my way? I need to get over to, there we go, to Curly quickly. And that's us. That's finally us over there. So we actually get to finally realize like who we are. So we're going to try and talk to Jimmy to like figure out what we want to do in these kind of circumstances. Like we're kind of having like the man-to-man exchange. Except at this point, Jimmy goes to try and wreck the ship. So you remember at the very beginning when the ship was on course to go to collide into an asteroid? It's Jimmy's fault. Where am I? There we go. So Curly, us, the guy who's all bandaged, tries to stop that from happening at the very last resort. And in that is why he becomes maimed, is because he tried to save the day, except he didn't because of Jimmy. Jimmy's also a bad person. Just, again, the non-linear aspect of it as well, trying to go back and forth to explain it. It just is so chaotic, but in a fast run, it's you're focusing more on the actual, like, as quickly as you can. By the way, there's our dead friends. We're celebrating our birthday. Happy birthday again! Yeah, let's drink some more mouthwash. Please don't drink mouthwash. It's really bad for you on your body. So we're going to get the knife and we're going to cut the birthday cake. Wait a second, that wasn't cake. That was Curly's leg. We're just chopping off Curly's leg. I know, normal stuff, I know. Right, this is where everything starts to become more and more and more deranged. So as I was mentioning earlier on about the fact that there's like these bizarro sections, again, like where Curly or Jimmy can't, oh boy, prompt, there we go. can't really handle like all of the kind of the stuff that they've done. This is their visceral and visual representations of it. So it's not a good time all around. And what I'm doing right now is I'm basically no clipping and turning the no clip off and on to try to like go through these little sections as quickly as possible, because if you look around or if you go out of the specific form of fashion, then you'll just die and you have to reset completely. And from here, I'm going to focus up for a little bit because I have to use like these little lines in the middle to line myself up perfectly. And then I got to fall down and then turn on no clipping again at the very specific moment. About now. Then I'm going to go down a little bit further, all the way around to go over to Swansea, skipping a load of stuff, taking a gun and shooting him. But we didn't actually shoot him. What's happening right now is that like we're going into a graveyard section, and this is the real confrontation with Swansea. Now, Living Looney Bin actually found a good little setup that we can do. There's something more that you can do in 80% glitch. I'm terrible at it. So I'm doing the glitchless setup, which is wait in the corner, try to find him, and then shoot him. It still sucks, though, because Swansea just appears at the last moment and kills you, you know what I mean? So you just reset every bit. You can see by the little visual lines here. See, he's supposed to come around behind us, and he sometimes comes around this way. I don't know. All right, hold on a second. Let's see if we can do this. Okay. Why is he coming from there? Seriously? Well, this isn't a PB run. Excuse me. Swansea's a pain. Hold on. There he is. 2 more times. One more time. Come on. Be kind to us. Says the guy who's trying to say that Swansea is a really bad person. Be kind. There we go. Okay, good. So again, just skipping through the rest of the dialogue, we're currently going to be going into chapter 20. There's 22 chapters overall. So we're getting relatively close towards the end. This game is wild, man. Like, again, I've only scratched a lot of the surface of this bit. When you have your own playthroughs of the game, like, and actually experience what the game is, story-wise, visual-wise, like there's a few different like story, like and conversational aspects that like are missing. Genuinely play this game. Mouthwashing is sick. It is so sick. Right. Also, should I mention about this fact that Curly's face is in the floor? I can wait for a second. There's Curly's face. So, hi, Curly. All right, so from this point, we got to wait to make sure that we don't go around too fast too quickly, because it's waiting for us to like walk over certain like activation like trigger points. Once we go through those, then we can start no clipping and flying again. So I'm waiting for a very specific moment, which is going to be a little bit after all of the backdrop where all of the eyes are held. Kind of just completely fades out. So I'm going to start walking and unclipping and no clipping quickly. And that should advance us over to the esophagus of this. And what it is a huge human body experience, if you want to go on a Disney ride, inside of Curly's head and body, which is lovely. Also, who likes public royalty-free animations?
A party for Mother Goose. The baker man, he served the cake. It was a sight to see.
And inside of the cake is Curly's leg. So let's go feed Curly's leg to Curly himself. So we open his mouth and give Curly his leg, and then we just go back over to the TV. We can watch the Curly's leg going through all of his esophagus tracts. Normal stuff. Let's look away from it. Standards. And then the next thing that we do is just hold forwards for this a little bit, because even more of a bizarre state is that we're now going to be Jimmy inside of the TV, inside of the bizarro state, going towards a flaming Curly who's sitting on a chair, like finally having confrontations with Curly. As in, like, this is the moment that he's finally having his like realizations and his understandings and his experiences of like, oh yeah, I actually did screw up. Oh yeah, it is all on me. I've been the manipulated one. I've done everything. It's all me. It's only now that he's having these realizations after, there we go. Like right there. Just a flaming curly, of course. We are coming up pretty close towards the end. I'm going to say about maybe 5-6 more minutes. This little bit here, I do not know how Living Looney Bin can just handle this bit well. The RNG for this coming section sucks, genuinely. So I don't know how you do that, man. I don't know how. Props to you. I tip my beanie to you. I'm going to say this. This next section is wild. Like, seriously wild. We're now going to be trying to get, like, an ultrasound to go look inside of here and look for... Oh, where is it? Where is it? It's somewhere around here. It's a baby horse inside of whatever this thing is. I know. Normal stuff. There's 2 of them. Yeah, baby horse. Is it a horse? I don't know. I'm assuming it's a horse. Probably. Now, the weirdest and wildest thing here is that you can still see, like, the baby inside of all of this. And, like, as it gets, like, towards a point, it gets very sort of, like, deranged. I mean, like, this whole bit isn't deranged in itself. You want to see what's more deranged? This coming section. I'm just not going to say anything. What all of those are like a coagulated like a whole distorted body of the spaceship mascot called Polly. I know, so comforting, isn't it? So damn comforting. And we get to see that whole amalgamation of whatever it is, like, over here. So now is a whole, like, kind of like a chase sequence, except it's not really a chase sequence. We want to get, like, seen by it. Wow, okay, I just walked backwards into it. We want to get seen by it 3 times and try to get out of the way before it can actually, like, kill us like it just did there. So I'm going to wait. I think it's about here. There's one. So you can tell by that sort of that silent sound that, like, that is like the cue point of you actually, you know, you're achieving the first of the, well, like the next segment of chase segments, whatever. There we go. So there's 2. Now, I am going to fly here, but I'm going to try to stay very, very central in towards, like, where I'm flying, because if I lose my sense of direction, I cannot get it back. And I lost a really good PB pace at one point because of just that, because I got completely confused. Oh, come on. I was right here. There we go. Thank you. So I'm going to start flying now, and I'm going to be focusing up just a little bit here because I can lose where I am. 1 second. Also, these are all the ID cards of the people who were on the ship. Just an immensity, like an infinity amount of them. And now there's loads of like, just mouthwash, empty mouthwashes just falling down. Loads of mouthwashes. There's Polly. Click on Polly. Skipping through the dialogue, we're coming up very close towards the end of the game now. So as a final sort of hurrah, Jimmy, who's trying to, like, I guess, like, get retribution for all that he's done wrong, even though he's done a lot wrong, he's going to say, like, okay, sorry, like, even though I'm the one that crashed the ship and maimed you, you're the one who's going to, you know, carry on the legacy or have the ability to, I don't know, maybe try to save the rest of us on the ship, even though everybody else is going to die and Curly's going to be the only one who exists on the ship for 20 years in the cryopods. Curly's going to have that chance because Jimmy thinks he's now the savior after all the manipulation stuff he's done. Lovely story. Very lovely story. And we're going to be coming up to time. I'll call time in just a second. We're going to have a tiny bit of dialogue and then he's going to walk off and then he's going to shoot himself and then the cryopod is going to freeze and that'll be time. So, again, great storyline. Go watch a lore explanation. You can find out a lot more about the story. I tried to cover as much as I could, but genuinely, I couldn't even touch most of it. So, time is... now.
GG.
Such a chaotic run. I love it, especially in a solo commentary aspect as well. But this is one of my favorites. Like, I guess you could say sort of like a mid indie, an A game. Wrong Organ really killed it with this game, and it's such a vivid and visceral experience. I genuinely would recommend, if you've not heard of Mouthwashing and you've liked the speedrun, you're gonna love the actual base playthrough game even more. My LRT was a 23:37, which was 1 minute and 52 over my PB. 25 minutes 16:30, and just here for clarity. There it is if you want to see it. Yeah, that has been Mouthwashing. Chaotic run, really fun, really fun. Come join us. It's it's such a brand new game. We're getting quite a few new submissions in recently as well, so excited to see more speedrunners getting involved with Mouthwashing. Again, we do have a glitchless, which does have one little trick which is allowed in glitchless, in which you can basically walk on the stairs going down and then just fall off. So nice. Glitched, a lot of fun as well. Again, you're just no clipping and skipping the dialogue, but the difference of time is immense between the both, from about 10 to 15 minutes between. Yeah, I guess that's pretty much everything I need to say about the game. Go get the game, go play it, go speedrun it. So good. You can find me on twitch.tv/Nico Hart and Nico Hart DJ. Again, DJ program stuff, you know the score. I speedrun a variety of different games, horror games, speedruns, variety gaming, playing games with weird controllers. Most recently, I turned a bicycle into a controller and played Parcel Corps. I turned cutlery into a controller. Soon enough, I'm going to turn a load of these little buttons here, the little ones that you can put your own voice in and make a controller out of that.
That's awesome.
Loads of weird things. I am weird. Go follow me. Why not?
Thank you so much for showcasing this game. Like you said, this is a great game. I saw a playthrough of this, and I was like, all right, I need this on the Halloween special. Instantly, I started looking. Like you said, very great game. You already said this, but just a quick warning. This is a really dark game if you follow the story.
Dark, yeah.
So if you have problem with some dark content, maybe look at some content warnings before you play, because it gets very dark. But it is a great game. I very much like it. Love it. So definitely pick it up if you're interested in speedrunning. Do it. It's a great game. And you've got people like Nico and Looney, so you've got a great community there. So they'll definitely be able to help you and help you get into it. With that said, we've got more spooky games coming up. We're going to take a quick break, and we've got Indigo Park Chapter 1. See you in just a few minutes, everyone. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we are doing our spooky showcase for Halloween. We've got a bunch of spooky games for you. Before we get into our next game, just a quick reminder, you can join the official GDQ Discord and add the Hotfix role, where you can keep tabs on upcoming events, talk with staff, and more. You can use !Discord in Twitch chat for more information. Also, if you have missed out on any of our other shows or events, you can go check it out over at youtube.com/gamesdonequick. With that said, we've got Indigo Park Chapter 1 here. I'll hand it over to our runner and commentary.
Yo, what's up? Welcome to Indigo Park. My name's Addison, and I'll be doing the any percent no spin route.
I'm Prawley. I'm a former speedrunner and now just a glitch hunter for the game.
And yeah, do you want to explain the lore, I guess, or do you want to do that when we get started?
I mean, yeah, because we're going to be skipping the opening cutscene. Basically, Indigo Park is a place from our childhood where we're going back to explore because it was shut down mysteriously. And basically, we're just going through the park with our friend Rambly. But it's not all as it seems, because the park is really run down, and Rambly doesn't fully tell us the truth about what's going on.
Yeah, he likes to talk a lot.
Yeah.
He's quite rambly. All right,
He does ramble.
Start a new game, but the timer doesn't start until I make my first movement. So yeah, we're just gonna skip the intro scene here, the little talking part. But yeah, this game it's like a mascot horror game, basically. So yeah, so right when I move, that's when the timer starts. So I'll give a countdown. 3, 2, 1, go.
For this run, we do play with Fulbright, which is only accessible in the earlier patches, which it was recently patched out of version 1.1. Even if developers say we won't patch anything that helps speedrunners, but we love Mason. He's a great guy.
Yeah, that's why the game is that's why it looks like this. Usually it actually looks like a horror game when you're usually playing it, but right now it just looks kind of silly, like really bright.
Yeah, but for the first part of this run, we will just be waiting for half the time. It's mostly just holding walls.
Yeah, just movement, like having tight lines and stuff. So one thing I want to explain, actually, I can explain it here, is so right for like 6 seconds right there, I was holding my R key, which makes my character spin while I'm actually like in this cutscene. I can actually like move around my camera, and the reason that works is because I'm using like a keyboard to controller emulator thing, which makes it so I can also hold the keys while I'm like loading into a new cutscene or loading into a new zone. Basically, I can just like hold the keys. But if you're just using like normal inputs, it just doesn't work. So yeah, you can also just bind like a spin bind just to like turn a little bit during those scenes, during those little cutscenes.
So if you notice that Addison is looking down, your hitbox actually extends slightly further forwards if you're looking down, which is the reason actually spin category exists, where basically when you spin, you dislodge your hitbox and you hit some triggers way faster, which is how later skip is done, but we can't do it in this run because it's no spin.
Yeah, basically it's just, this run is a lot of just running and having like smooth movement. Like, just having the best lines and just trying to get your hitbox to like hit the triggers as fast as possible. Like, that's pretty much all the time saves in this first part, is just hitting these like triggers as fast as possible.
No spin is really just a vanilla version to speedrun it, because there's multiple categories. Unrestricted is the hardest category there is, because there's 2 tricks you could do in unrestricted. They're both called critter skip. One's called critter skip skip, because you skip critter skip, which is a horrible name, but I love it.
Yeah, critter skip skip is just, it's like I haven't even tried it. Like, I've not attempted that.
Yeah, no, I'll never do it. I was the like second person to ever do critter skip, like the door jump, and I'm never doing that again. Actually, we can talk about some cut content in here. In the 100% run, normally you have to run into the washrooms to go grab a minifigure. Before the game was released, in the Discord, Mason, or I remember his username, Unique East, there you go, posted a teaser where he had Rambly in the toilet, and he made an emote of it called Skibbity Rambly, which was a great week to see that. I'm happy it's cut content.
That's the dev of the game. All right, right here, I'll explain it after I do it. I think that'll be easier. But this is train skip, and I really hope I hit it. Oh, I almost didn't get it, but I got it. Okay, that's good. That would have... Okay, so basically, train skip. So before I got on the train, the game, it wants you to interact with the train, basically. Like, it wants you to hit the button to get on the train. But Ouija actually found out that you can just walk straight onto the train and it'll just trigger it. It'll just like make it start moving. And then when you load into this zone, your character won't actually be in the train. So you have like a little bit of time to jump out of the train. Oh wait, I have to jump in right here.
Yeah.
I'll keep explaining it. But here, sorry.
And sorry, we got a lot of time. We're just running back and forth.
Yeah. So you have time to like jump out of the train for a split second, and that's basically all we do is we just jump out of the train, we go out of bounds, And then you saw me like jump up for a second. I hit like a trigger to make the train go like even further than it is supposed to. Usually that's like a 3.5 minute split, but it's like a minute split with the train skip, so it saves like 2.5 minutes. But I was waiting at that one spot for like 30 seconds because right in front of me was the trigger to go into the train, which is good. Like the game thinks I'm in the train basically, but I'm not. And then I go in it at the last second, right when I'm about to go into the next zone. That's basically train skip. That's like the biggest glitch of this category.
Next up is the Lloyd skip, which used to be the hardest skip in this category, which basically you skip a very minor cutscene. It saves about 3 seconds, but those actually it saves about 7 seconds because you're taking a more direct path. But basically what's going to come up here is that you're going to have to jump up on some boxes and then jump over where the trigger happens. But the problem with jumping over is that there's an invisible wall where the jump scare happens. So there's a very precise trick that is very barely possible, that you have to jump on the crate and then jump on a little lock of the crate and jump on another crate, which was,
Oh, no.
I spent a lot of time in this room trying to find it.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah.
But yeah, theater has the most like movement type tricks, I guess. Like some jumps and stuff. A lot of resets in here.
Yeah, here's part 2 of Lloyd skip.
Yeah.
There's a few consistent setups. Mine isn't consistent at all. It's horrible and barely works. But
Yeah, you have to stand on like a certain point of that box where it's like higher, and that's the only way it works is if you stand on like a certain like spot.
if you stand on the
basically.
buckle specifically, that's all you have to do. And that took us, I think, 5 days to figure that out.
Really?
Yeah,
Why?
because it was really hard to find out. I spent hours jumping in that room,
But yeah,
and that's unrelated to window skip.
I'm just speeding right through theater right now.
Okay. While we speed through, just walking through here, I like to give a shout out to Start Art and Limitless. Limitless is somebody who just really grinded the game, and he actually grinded Critter Skip a lot, which was I'm very happy for him.
Yeah,
he couldn't be here today because it's both, it's like 2 a.m. in his time, isn't it? Oh no, and
he's
Start
on the
Art,
side-
yeah, they're
on the
both
side of the
European.
world.
And Start Art is the head mod of the Indigo Park Discord server, and he also couldn't be here because it's 3 a.m. for him. But they both wanted that shout out because they're both keeping the community alive and still doing things. Like the recent bounty we have for 1.1.
Yeah, we're doing a bounty right now that just got announced actually. So if you like money, you can check it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're in Jetstream Junction right now.
Yeah, I think Jetstream Junction is just the most linear part of the game.
Yeah.
Because there's absolutely no skips until you get to the chase, and the skip in the chase we can't do in this category. So it's basically just running through corridors from the from here on out. And
If you've seen,
this
if you've seen Poppy Playtime, it's a lot like the Poppy Playtime chase.
Yeah.
It's pretty much like identical.
That puzzle is always predetermined, so you don't have to
Yeah.
do another puzzle, go find the numbers. And yeah, I mean, I could explain how Ramble Skip is, even if we don't do it. Basically, in this chase, there's a bunch of netting where if you get to very low FPS, you can clip through a specific part of netting because it's very buggy. And then when you're out of bounds, you can run almost to the end, and you have to spin and run off an edge at the precise angle. It is very hard to do. But
it only works in like the spin category though. That's why there's such a big gap in the leaderboards because it saves like 2 minutes.
Yeah, because Rambly rambles on a lot.
Yeah.
I think most of the waiting in this run is Rambly.
Wait, what'd you say? The most annoying?
Yeah, Rambly rambles so much, I think. And we've skipped, I think, every part of Rambly rambling except for the... I know we've skipped it, yeah. We've skipped every part of Rambly rambling. For train skip, and display skip, and we have critter skip. He never rambles. It's perfect. It's a utopia.
Epic music.
Oh yeah, it's called barnstorming in the game. All caps, by the way. You have to specify that.
Yeah, we're almost already at the end of the game. I mean, like, there's not much left to do after this. To be honest.
Yeah, honestly, you got a pretty good time.
Yeah, like,
I didn't Lloyd. Yeah, there's nothing really wrong with this run. Yeah.
That jump can be kind of weird. It's not always perfect. But yeah, we get to watch Molly just almost get us, and then unfortunately she doesn't make it.
A lot of blood splatter. But yeah, Rambly just rambles on for a few minutes. And I'm very glad you can skip this because it's so long, especially in repeat playthroughs. And there's no other way to skip it other than spinning, which is incredibly difficult. And I have not even pulled up myself. And I've spent 40 hours on window clip, which is, I mean, we've got some time. I'll explain it. So window clip is a clip that we haven't exactly found. It's mostly theorized. It is in the theater, and it's right when you do the pallet jump. You can actually get stuck on the box you have to jump onto. And what happens is that you can theoretically clip through the window if you gain enough speed while running in there.
It's kind of like the fence clip. Like the walls can be glitchy in this game.
Yeah. But it hasn't been exactly proven on camera, only word of mouth and possible theorizing. Because the window is a bit glitchy sometimes. And I have gotten a lot of speed, but I have never gotten it like all in one. And it's just become a meme in our community that I've spent 40 hours on it. And that was like a week after the game launched too. So that was... I had a lot of college classes at the time, so that was not that was not a smart idea.
So this is the last, like right after here is the last split. Rambly wants us to help him bring the park back to what it used to be, right? Like that's the lore.
Yep.
He wants us to like...
At this point, Rambly is being truthful to us, and he's just telling us that he wants the park to be how it was. So, and we're going to see a preview of Chapter 2 in here,
Yeah.
We see Finley.
So I'll tell you when the time ends. Right when it fades to black is when the timer ends. But yeah, that's pretty much Indigo Park Chapter 1. It's a pretty clean run. You can learn it very easily. The game itself is very short. I recommend it to anyone. Any new
it's free too.
Speedrunners. It's pretty easy to pull off. And time ends now.
GG.
GG. That was a clean run. I'll take it.
That was a clean run. But
I'm just
was that 13:15?
It was 12:53 on in-game time.
Oh, okay.
So sub 13 is cool.
Sub 13, okay.
But yeah, we got a nice little song here.
Yeah, the Rambly review.
End off this sweet game. So yeah, I just want to give a shout out to Ouija, who actually made me want to start speedrunning this game. I watched him play it, and it just looked really cool. He found a lot of the strats too. Keto, he found a lot of the strats. Shout out to him. Yeah, the whole community basically.
Yeah.
Shout out.
They're very supportive about this.
Yeah, the community is really cool stuff. The Discord is on the speedrun page. You can join it. And yeah, we'll help you learn the game. Is there anything else you want to say to end it off?
Nothing else other than to thank Unique for making this game. I'm pretty sure he is in the chat.
Oh, he is right now?
Yeah, he was watching the run.
Cool. That's awesome. But yeah, thank you, GDQ, and everyone for having us on. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for being on for showcasing the game. But this is a great game. Absolutely fantastic. So happy that y'all were able to showcase it, show off the glitch category. You know, everybody. Again, this is free, so everybody, if you're interested in this, go check it out on Steam. And fantastic
Hype for
game.
Chapter 2.
I'm incredibly hyped for Chapter 2. I cannot wait.
Yeah.
With that said, we've got more spooky games coming up for you. We are going to take a quick break. We'll be back with Still Wakes the Deep. We'll see you in just a few minutes, everybody. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games on Quick Hotfix. Today is our spooky showcase. We're celebrating Halloween with a bunch of spooky games. Before we get into our next game here, just a quick reminder. Your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and Bitch Cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel do help support the Games on Quick Hotfix. So if you like these Halloween specials or any of our other specials, our weekday shows, our regular recurring programs, all of this really does help put us on. So if you can gift sub or anything like that, it is really helpful. With all of that said, I will hand it over to our runner here for Still Wakes the Deep.
All right, thank you. Hello, everyone. This is Still Wakes the Deep. For anyone who hasn't seen this, this came out this year. It's essentially like John Carpenter's The Thing on an oil rig. Gameplay-wise, it's a lot like Outlast. So let's just, not resume. Let's quickly get back out of that. All right, start new game. This first cutscene, I'll let you know. All right. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Okay. So right off the bat, there's just a lot of exposition stuff in this level. You meet a lot of the other crew members. This is Finley. She's very important to the story, but we're not going to talk to her right now. But essentially, we are Kaz. We are an electrician on this oil rig. We haven't been here very long. We actually transferred onto this to kind of get away from some unsavory things we did back in the mainland. This is Roy, Kaz's relative, cousin or something. If I remember, he got us the job here. And there's a whole bunch of other characters that you can talk to in there, and you can meet the whole crew and stuff. But we've been called to Rennick's office. Rennick is the foreman, I think is the term, or the boss of the oil rig. He is not happy because the police are looking for the main character here. And this is where you can see the main part of movement in this. We're going to be trying to bunny hop as much as we can and trying to make sure we don't get hard lands or anything. I'll explain what hard lands and stuff are in a minute, but right now we're jumping out of bounds, jumping on some invisible walls. There's an invisible ledge here that I want to land on. There we go. Drop down to here. Jump onto some more invisible railings. Jump over here. And over to here. And that just skips going all the way around, talking to some people. So we're going to meet Scooby. In a moment of true occupational health and safety, he throws a screwdriver at us to let us fix this fuse for this elevator. And we're going up the elevator. So the reason why I wanted to land on some invisible walls and stuff there is this game is very, it's a pretty brutal with its fall damage. There's a few different states. Obviously, you can just straight up die from a fall. You can also get what we call a hard land, where you just get a really long animation where you hit the ground. The worst one, though, is what we call a leg break, where you get the hard land animation, but you also lose the ability to sprint for like upwards of 30 seconds, which is like really bad. Anyway, we've made it to the Rennick's office. He's not very happy because obviously he doesn't want the cops snooping around on his oil rig where people throw screwdrivers at each other. Trying to do some precise jumps there just to get down those. So stairs will eat your speed like really badly, but I can't just jump fully down the stairs because, like I was talking about, the fall damage is brutal. So trying to like it's pretty hard to thread that needle for that particular stairs, but you can jump just enough that you don't get the animation, but then enough that you can then jump again and land on the ground without getting another animation. So that's the deck. So they were supposed to get on the helicopter to take me back to the mainland, but Kaz is fortunate in that the oil rig hit something under the water. Kaz got sent into the water, but they got him out, which is where we wake up, and things have gone a little bit awry on the oil rig. So immediately waking up from hypothermia, someone wants me to help them with the dive bell. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to jump on these pallets in this box. I'm going to jump. Oh, that's all right. This is one of the hardest tricks in the run. This run is very front-loaded on its hard tricks. So it's very common when you're doing PB attempts to be stuck in the purgatory, of the first 3 minutes. So what we're trying to do is, I need to delay that jump more, but it's hard because there's a beam above your head that'll hit, that you'll bonk if you do it at the wrong time. That's like trying to thread that needle. There we go. So then we're going to jump through this invisible wall. Oh, don't get stuck on things, Kaz. This game adds an extra little bit of flair because if you mess up a jump, Kaz will usually swear at you. And then we're just going to jump through the invisible walls and stuff. And that skips that whole level. And that level's pretty long. And when you do that level without that skip, there's a bunch of really hard jumps that you have to do. So, but we're not done yet with the hard tricks. This trick is probably the bane of my existence when I'm doing PB attempts. But, so we're gonna, in some spots you can get like a double jump, so we're gonna get like a double jump onto this railing, jump onto this railing, and then jump onto an invisible. And the collision here is really weird, so. Nice, alright. Try not to fall off now. Nice, alright, that skips that entire room, and you can get straight to the flashlight. So now we can actually see a bit better. In a PB attempt, I would reload there because you can actually unload the water here, but that's fine. So we're just crawling through engineering right now. Basically, a lot of the ways through the oil rig have been blocked off because, you know, things are breaking. This oil rig is very old. When you talk to Finley at the start, Finley talks about how this oil rig's like on its last legs. So hitting whatever they hit with the drill has kind of messed things up a little bit. Yeah, the voice acting in this game is really, really good. It's funny because in the subtitles they actually translate some of the Scottish slang for us non-Scottish people. So we found Finley. Finley's telling us how to get through, but she's a little bit warning us about something going on. Kaz still hasn't really got the memo that the monsters are around yet. We'll see them a little bit. And then coming up. What did they hit with the drill? The thing. Basically. So we're just going to pull a few gas valves here. This section's pretty chill. You can, if you B-hop really fast, get onto this ladder before the gas shows up, but you still have to do all of the gas valves, so it doesn't actually save time. It's just like swag strats. But yeah, so turn off the last one. So you'll see a lot of the inside levels are done not entirely glitchless, and there are some pretty big glitches in some of the inside levels, but they do tend to be less broken than the outside levels. For obvious reasons, it's a lot easier to just jump over an invisible wall than it is to try and clip through a wall. But so coming up here, you can actually get like an air jump off these railings, so I can jump that to jump up there, and then we're just going to jump across this gap if the game lets me. There we go. And now we've got Gibbo skip. So there's this maze here that you have to deal with, and it's where you first start to encounter one of the monsters, which is Gibbo. Gibbo is one of the crew members, and he's been absorbed into the monster. But just doing some platforming on those, on that locker and some invisible walls, we can just get over that whole section. And then we can go into the water tank. And this is, I don't think you see Gibbo until this point. But you'll see Gibbo up above us very briefly. You don't really start to see the monsters for a little while in this game, but that's kind of the first instance where you do see them. And Douglas is here. I'm guessing drowned. I'm guessing the water is higher in here and he drowned. I don't really know how Douglas died. But anyway, we're almost at the end of this level. Just gotta drop down. Did I get the bug? I did. So there's a bug you can get in some of the rooms where every time you hit the ground, you like pancake onto the floor. It doesn't actually affect your movement speed, it just makes the camera really crazy like that. It's not really a big deal. It's annoying when you get it. Like if you mess up Gibbo skip earlier, you can get that pancaking, and then you have to try and do all the jumps to get over the level while you're pancaking on every jump, which is really annoying.
Yeah.
But for the most part, it's fine. It usually doesn't affect anything important. All right, so now we're back in accommodation, which is where we were right at the start of the game, which is like all the sleeping quarters and stuff. And the game is introducing a mechanic that I think they probably intended for it to have more relevance, but doesn't end up doing very much. These heaters, where, because, you know, Kaz fell into the ice water, and so he's a bit hypothermic. So he needs to warm up. This is the only heater we will actually be touching in the whole run. There are 3 that are required, but we have skips for the other 2. And you'll see me crouch and open that door. That's a little bit of a foreshadowing for some other tricks in this game. Anyway, so we're trying to find other survivors. Trots is on the other side of that door, but he's getting infected as we find him. Oh, open the door, please. So we're just trying to make it through these rooms as fast as we can. There's a lot of like movement optimization you can do in this run, like with your lines and how good your B-hops are. So we found Roy. Roy is holding himself up in the freezer and wants us to go to the lifeboats. So we're going to try and see if we can find a lifeboat so we can get out of here. Roy is not feeling so good, so he's going to stay there. So while we go, and then there's the thing attacking us. So I'm going to open this vent up, and we'll get another sighting of another one of the monsters. This will be Trots that just got infected.
Anybody in here?
And we'll see him again very shortly because we'll be back here in a minute. There's Trots. The enemy design, like the monster design in this game, is really, really cool, by the way, if you haven't played it. When you see one of the ones a little bit later, that is probably my favorite, and it's most people's favorite. But I won't spoil it until we get there. Alright, so this is lifeboats. This is one of the biggest skips in the game. So first off, we're gonna jump onto this railing to skip having to do a really long shimmy. Gonna climb up here. Gonna time a jump to get onto this, time a jump to get onto here. Gonna drop down onto an invisible here. Gonna jump down here. We're just trying to lose as much height as we can so we don't die on this big jump. So we're gonna jump over to here. And then a big jump over to here. That skips pretty much the whole level. We don't have to go to any of the lifeboats. Spoiler alert for the thing we just skipped. The lifeboats don't work. Rennick cheaped out on all the lifeboats. It's probably why he doesn't want the cops showing up. And then another mechanic where there's fires and you can put them out with the fire extinguisher. Probably should have put out the whole fire on an oil rig, but you know. People have got lighters and they smoke on this oil rig, so I can't think they care that much. Cool. So now we're back in administration where we just were. We gotta go tell Roy the bad news that the lifeboats don't work. And we get to have our first actual monster encounter where you can like actually die to the monster. So we're gonna pull this back, open the door. So there's a bit more of the thing goo around now. And through some of those doors is where we just were before we did the lifeboat section. So we'll crawl into here. I'm going to get up into the vents. Now I have had one time the Trot's enemy glitch up into this vent and kill me. So every time I get here now, I'm always so worried that he's just going to randomly clip. He shouldn't be able to attack you at this point. It's after you get out of the vent. But I have died here before, which will be fine if that happens. It'll be funny, but it makes me so nervous.
Jesus.
So if you look out here, you can see, well, you can see a little bit of tentacles and stuff. Grutz is out and about. He's doing some laundry. Every time I come in here, it's like crazy to think, like, do they really, like, I know it's an oil rig with a full crew, but do they need like 50 washing machines for the, there's Trots. We're gonna run past him. We're playing on story, which makes the monster AI like kind of brain dead, but even on standard, you can just run past Trots there. For the most part, the difficulty does not matter. There's a few sections that are faster on standard. There's a few sections that are faster on story. Some people play story the whole run. Some people play standard and then they switch to story later on. It kind of all just comes out in the wash. So we talked to Roy. We told him, hey, lifeboats, they don't work. While we were talking there, there's an intercom that goes off. Rennick announces that they're going to be taking the helicopter and they're going to be leaving. So anyone who wants to get out of here, get on the helicopter. The helicopter's on the other side of the deck, so we got to get across there. We got another big skip here. So this section is filled with fog, and there's an enemy called Muir, which is another one of the crew members. Oh, game ate my jump. That's okay. You got to do that jump really late, but sometimes the game will eat the input. That's fine. So yeah, there's an enemy called Muir. Muir's design, if you want to think about like, you know, the alien machine robots from like War in the Worlds, it looks like that. He crawls around on really long tentacles. He's up in the air, and you've got this whole section where you've got to hide from him and try to get between cover, throw stuff to distract him. But anyway, explain what I'm doing. Getting on these boxes and get on this invisible wall, and you can barely see it. Well, that's okay. This is one of the harder tricks. I gotta land on that fence without overshooting the fence. And I gotta land on a specific part of the fence and to not die. If I land on the left part of the fence, I'll die. If I land on the right part of the fence without overshooting it, I'll be fine. And yeah, so like the thing also is like taking over the crane and stuff. So as we go through the game, more and more of the rig is going to become overrun with it. Right, up onto the boxes. Third time's the charm. That looks good. There we go. So we're not out of the woods yet. We're going to drop down into the lower part of the fence and onto these boxes. I'm going to line this up. onto this container, onto this, onto this. Oh, didn't really get the last jump, that's fine. We're at the end now. We can just go over this way. And that skips that entire section of like having to deal with Muir. We're gonna raise this crane. I don't remember which crew member this is. There was another crew member in this section that you're trying to rescue as well. There he is now. But there's Muir, and Muir gets the other crew member. There he is. He's bugging out because we did the skip. So yeah, we're going up to the helicopter now. Yeah, not too much to say about this section. Have you got anything to add?
I think, I guess just a comment on the game. I think this is one of the most realistic characters in any horror game, because like every step of the way, the character's like, no, I'm not going to do that. That's stupid, and has to be like coerced in actually progressing.
Oh yeah, that's true. Every time someone asks you to do something, you're like, that is the entire worst idea possible. Why would I go in there?
Yeah,
and then they're like, well, every other way's blocked off. You got no choice.
Yeah.
So, in one of the most unclear parts about the story, the helicopter flies off and then turns around and crashes. I think the like accepted what happened is Rennick, who is on the helicopter, because in this next section, Rennick is a monster. So the guess is like Rennick was already infected, and then turned like while he was on the helicopter. But it's not really super clear why the helicopter turns around and crashes. But that's fine. So I'm gonna go through this last section here. I've got to make sure I hit a few triggers. You can just like jump to the end here, but if you don't hit all the triggers, the level end doesn't work here.
Jesus, the fucking chop.
So talk to Brody. Brody's another really important character in the story. He's going to be helping us basically try to figure out some way out of this situation. Right now, the big problem is the whole oil rig is starting to sink, and it's running out of power. So we got to go through administration and get to engineering to try and turn the power back on. Now we're in administration. This is one of the coolest sections casually. I love the Rennick monster design. So I'm just going to go through, but there's also a bunch of different ways out of bounds in this level, but unfortunately there's no way back inbounds at the end, so we do have to play this level out. But it's cool because we get to see Rennick. So you see the whole area is like really messed up. You're like, what's going on? And here's Rennick. Let's run away from Rennick. Turn around so you can see him. So Rennick has become this giant big head with all these like floating tentacles and stuff. It's really cool. I love the monster design in this. And every monster is like different too, which is like really cool. So we may have gotten past him there, but he's going to break through the walls to get to us. So I'm going to move this box out, well, this trolley out of the way. Go through here. Some more B-hubs. There's Rennick. I messed that up a little bit, so I broke my legs probably more than I would have liked. You can like avoid how, depending on how you enter that floor break, you can change how long your legs are broken for. Just gonna wait a moment. There's a section where standard is actually a little bit faster than story because Rennick will move faster there on standard and he'll be past that door when you get to it. On story, you do need to wait a little bit for Rennick to, otherwise if you just run up to the door, Rennick can actually kill you through the wall. So I don't know why Kaz is waiting, but for dramatic effect, we're going to be shutting Rennick off in admin, and we would never want to go back through those doors, right?
Never.
Never. So anyway, helicopter level, we're going back through the doors. Once it opens. So this game likes to put volumes in front of doors to not let you do things with them. Oops. But the volumes don't usually cover the whole door. So if I crouch there, I can actually interact with the original door prompt instead of the volume saying, why would I, like, I'm not going back in there. So I'm going to get out of bounds. I'm going to jump up on some stuff here. Roll onto this. This is probably like the newest trick in the game. So, jump. Nice, okay. Just wait for my legs to be unbroken. You can do this a little bit faster than this. I haven't practiced the like fast way that much and it's a little risky, so just gonna eat the leg breaks for now. But you can avoid taking so much damage. Drop down onto here. And this just skips like you've got to like hang off the broken elevator, the broken helicopter, and like pick some fire. I have my legs back. There we go. It's alright. I messed that up a little bit, but that's fine. So there's some electricity going on because, you know, everything's broken. So we're going to come up here and turn it off. And then, like I was saying before, this game likes to put, instead of just disabling prompts, it will just put a volume in front of it that says, like, you can't use this right now. So we're supposed to turn off the gas here before we can move this crate. But if we crouch, we can get the original interact prompt.
There must be a valve somewhere.
And we can just pull it back out of the way. And, like, leave the level before the gas kills us. Cool. Alright, so now we're on to engineering. This is one of the... This is usually where runners would consider the mid-game. This is probably, I think, this or Pontoons is the longest level. But good for us, they're right back to back. So we found Finley. I don't know if she's been in engineering the entire time since we saw her like 10 minutes ago, but she wants us, things are broken and she needs our help to restore power to the generator, to basically enable the backup generators because they're not turning on their own. So we're going to try and turn on the generator. But it doesn't work.
Oh, I work like a charm.
So we're gonna have to go all the way through engineering to try and diagnose like what's wrong with the generator. There's a broken fuse somewhere, but we need to know where. So come down here. And there's, yeah, a lot of... The engineering is probably one of the areas that's been hit hardest by the alien goo? I don't know if it's aliens from under the sea, but the goo. You can like pick up stuff and throw it. This level is like really, really cool casually. It's one of the, it's probably the best level casually. But the speedrun wise, it's pretty, there's some speed tech. And obviously there's always like the bunny hopping and the movement, but there's no crazy like skips or anything like there are in a lot of the other levels. So it definitely is, from the speedrun perspective, the downtime. And there's a lot of just like, you know, climbing ladders and doing all kinds of stuff. But yeah, the casually in this area, especially if you're playing on standard, it's really cool because there's a whole section with a monster coming up. But we'll be trying to just run past it. Turn off the gas. Right. So now we're going to get to meet Adair. Yeah, this is Adair. Don't remember which monsters in which areas. So we're gonna try and just run past. This is a little bit scary. Because he's right there, and if he touches us, we die, but it's fine. He's a bit brain dead on story. He usually doesn't pose a threat there on story, but sometimes, because on story they kind of just like don't pay attention to you. They just move around randomly, which means they can just like random walk into you, which is really frustrating. On standard, that section's scary because like a dare will try to chase you, so I'm pretty sure you need to pick up an item and throw it to distract the dare for long enough to be able to get on that ladder. Because if you just try to run past them, usually a dare will turn around and kill you. Because the ladder animation is pretty slow. So we've got the key to restart the generator. So we can see Finley's trying to diagnose now, wants us to restart it so she can figure out where the fuse break is. Or the tripped fuse is. So we're going to turn on the generator. Or turn on the ignition.
That worked, guys! I can see where the fault.
So Finley's found the fault. It's in mud handling, which is where one of the areas we went through just earlier in this level. So we got to go back. Adair is like running around right now. When we hit this, he'll know we're here and chase us, so we got to run. But Adair isn't a threat, at least not in this room. He's a threat in some of the other rooms.
Jesus.
So we got to climb up some more ladders and stuff. Come back through. Yeah, this is one of the levels that like we've been trying so hard to find skips for, and we found out of bounds and stuff, but like between how compressed and small the levels are, there's a small trick you can do here where you jump on the railings, but if you miss it, it's kind of really dangerous, and it only saves like 3 seconds. I'm gonna pick up this cup and throw it, I guess, just to get to this crawl space like the tiniest bit sooner. So we're going to unlock the door, and we're going to... So this is the broken fuse, and I don't do electrical engineering, but it should be fine without a fuse in the 4th spot. So Adair's banging on the door when you do that fuse, so you've got to be quick, but it's usually not a problem. I actually don't know which crew member's hand this is, but it has swollen to like huge. There's a lot of like body parts of crew members that have like become huge and stuff. This is another one of those sections where standard's a little bit faster because you can actually run past him because he'll try to path towards you and you can like juke him. But on story, we just kind of go around to the left there because Adair just won't get out of the way. If you run at him, you'll just die. So we're back in. The relays have all been reset. The fuses have been fixed. We can turn on the generator. We need to wait for a phone call here. I can't remember who this phone call is from. It's from either Finley or Brody. I think it's from Brody. So because we've turned on the power, we've got another problem. Well, we've got a few other problems. The oil rig is taking on water, so we need to release the pontoons. Release the legs that are holding it to the seafloor so we can float the whole oil rig. And I don't know how oil rigs work, but I guess they can float. So we're going into pontoons now. Brody's going to do 2 of the legs. I'm going to do 2 of the legs. I believe he has a bit of an easier time than I do. It's the ones that Kaz goes through are full of gunk and monsters and stuff. So anyway, this is leg A. We're going to jump off the edge immediately. Oh, I missed. There's a checkpoint right there you can hit, but I guess I just missed it. The goal is you need to get down to the bottom of this leg. There's a whole section where you're like doing like setting up lifts and doing all kinds of stuff, but you can just kind of jump down most of it in a couple of jumps. So let's try that again. There we go. That time it works. So you hit that checkpoint, that takes you about halfway down the leg, and then we're going to do another set of jumps to get down to the bottom. This jump's a bit scary. It's a little bit strange that this jump does not... Oh. I shouldn't have said anything about how this jump's tricky. That's alright. Try that again. This one's a bit weird. There's an invis wall you can land on, and for whatever reason, the game just like does not apply fall damage if you land, but only if you jump on it from specific places. So we can do that to get down to the bottom. And then we can release the winch.
Okay. Back to the winch controls.
Alright, so that's one leg. So now we need to swim through here and head over to the other leg, which is leg B. This kind of introduces the swimming mechanics in this game. The swimming mechanics I'm not a super big fan of, mostly because they're just really slow. And some of the swimming mechanics are a little bit buggy, especially in some of the later levels, which can just like cost you random time. But it's fine. Alright, so now we're in pontoons proper. We're going to jump off the edge here. Oh, I didn't get it. Sometimes, depending on where you land there, you can actually just like not even... It's one of those other weird spots where you can just not take damage from a jump. But it's fine. Even if you do take damage, there's a checkpoint there, so we're going to try and B-hop across the water as much as we can. There's actually a really cool skip here, a pontoon skip, where you jump on this and then jump out of bounds, but it is like super, super difficult. The jump, I think, is like... It's like pixel perfect, the lineup, and the jump timing is like near frame perfect. So almost no one goes for it in runs. Also, if you miss it, you lose like heaps of time because you land in the water, you gotta like wade back to try again. And you can't even like cut your losses because in order to do the skip, you can't turn that valve, but you need to turn that valve to progress.
Oh, yeah.
So you need to, no matter what, you've got to wade back, even if you want to just like... So I'm going to reload the checkpoint here, just because it spawns you out of the water. Just like trying to get through this. We need to pull this lever so we can go through the like filter. Not really meant for humans. It's actually, the game will actually just let you just slowly drown over like a minute if you don't go in there without turning off the filter, as I learnt because I wanted to see what happened in my casual playthrough. So this section here is why that skip is like good, because it skips this, waiting for this water to come up. There's a weird glitch, you won't see it in the run, where in certain levels, if you go underwater, out of bounds, and fall out the bottom, instead of falling you out the bottom, it will upwarp you, which is why, so you can like upwarp to the top of this section, and that's why that out of bounds saves time. Because yeah, you can just upwarp and skip, waiting for the water to rise here. But we're almost out of this section now. Just gonna swim through here, grab this sledge.
Shite, that was close.
And then we're out of pontoons. Well, pontoons is like an amalgamation of these multiple levels, but that is essentially the end of the, like, air quotes, what the game calls pontoons.
It's done the other one.
Oh, I messed that up. Another small section of swimming. This is... Pontoons, I think, generally is a lot of runners' least favorite level, because it's a lot of just swimming. There's a weird up warp you can do on this ladder, which I should get by just grabbing it. There's a spot on this ladder where if you just grab it, yeah, it just warps you to the top of the ladder, which is nice. Nice little concession after having to do all the swimming. Yeah. So now we're heading into Leg B. Leg B is a level that is almost really cool. It's got some cool stuff in it. Casually, it's really interesting. But from the speedrun, it's got more of that up warp tech that I was talking about. Unfortunately, the up warp is like... The up warps you to 0 height in the game. So like at the moment we're at like -2,000 height or something. Oh yeah, this monster's gonna grab us and we gotta work QT to get out. But that's fine. If you're playing on standard here, another one will grab you when you come up these stairs, but not on story. Which is like another like point to like the story part of which runs faster. We don't make a distinction in runs of what difficulty you play on. A lot of people just switch difficulties mid-run. They'll like do the bits that are faster on standard and then switch to story. Pull that out. Turn on the winch. There's some cool platforming you can do here, but unfortunately it doesn't save any time. I was so sad when I found out it didn't save time. So we gotta wait for Brody to talk. Around in just yet. So you gotta time that button press, otherwise it doesn't work. And we're gonna get right on the edge here, so we clip into the lift as it comes down. And then we're gonna ride this lift up. This is probably the biggest point of downtime in the run. There's not really much we can do. We can just ride the lift up. So if you've got anything you wanna shout out while we're doing this, that's a good.
I want to give a huge shout out to you and all the other runners tonight for showing off some spooky games. Make sure you check out all of our all of our runners tonight, everybody. They're all great speedrunners.
Yeah, everyone's really cool. I was watching some of the runs before, they're really cool. Obviously, I'm a little bit biased because I am one of the few mouthwashing runners, so I'm a little bit biased towards the mouthwashing, but they're all really awesome.
I think that horror speedruns are so cool because like there's always like such cool tech in them, and also normally you can skip a lot of, because you're skipping the story, you're still able to like preserve the horror aspect. So like if you watch a horror speedrun, you can still go play the game for yourself afterwards, and you're not really spoiled on it.
Yeah, I like it a lot because, like, you know, after a long time you get desensitized to horror games, but then when you're scared of losing time, it just brings it all back. Alright, so we got another one of these heaters here. Like I was talking about before, they didn't put the volume covering the whole door to stop you from just leaving, so you can just open the door. So that saves like heaps of time, because otherwise you have to sit there and watch the heater animation for ages. So then we're going to come up to a skip that I found, but is also my nemesis, Sue's skip. So there's a section where you have like Kaz's wife, Suze, is like talking to him. He's like hallucinating. And you move really slowly. Alright, we fell out of bounds. That's fine. We can recover this and go around this way. You're not supposed to fall out here, but you can get back in if this happens. Oh. That's fine. I've got backups on top of backups. Get on this instead. Get back in bounds. Oh my god, please, Kaz. All of this to skip just walking down this walkway, by the way. Because you move like super, super slow. There we go. It's fine. Mouthwashing race when? Oh, I don't know. I'm not as good as mashing as if we're talking. I haven't done the glitched mouthwashing run, and we're talking glitchless. I'm not the best at mashing, although we do allow you to use turbo now, I believe. I need to go back to that game. So Brody's here. This cutscene can sometimes glitch you if you skip it, flip you out of bounds. We tried to. And so we've got to, essentially what's happening is, you know, this is an oil rig. There's a lot of flammable gas that comes up from the bottom of the rig. And normally they burn it off with the flare, but the flare's gone out. So we need to reignite it. Otherwise the whole oil rig is going to go kaboom. So we're going to jump up on this, jump up here. A dare is in this area. So we're trying to do, this is a dare skip. Trying to do some very precise platforming. Oh, I messed it up. That's okay. There's like 4 different ways to do this trick. They range from so easy that the developers were telling people to do it when this level had a bug in 1.0 to really, really ridiculously hard. This one is like a bit in the middle. It's the fastest one, but these jumps can be a little bit finicky. So the reason why this one's so finicky is you see that railing that I'm trying to jump on, like 80% of it is covered by a giant invisible wall, and then the bottom like little bit of it is curved, so if you land on it you just slide off. So it's really hard to like thread the needle to like get onto that. And then you're jumping, you know, classic, just like trying to platform on invisible walls. If you mess up, especially when you have to do coyote time jumps, like this game has coyote time, which I probably should have mentioned earlier. But some of the jumps you need to really like jump way later than you think. All right, because we did that trick, this level is actually soft locked right now. Normally you would interact with that valve over there, but it does not work. But thankfully, if we do this, we can't just get on the ladder because there's a thing blocking it, but you can do that little bit of platforming to get on that ladder. The game lags as it loads, but that will basically fix the soft lock.
Jesus, you're fucking joking me.
And now Adair's chasing us as we go up to the flare. But yeah, I was amazed when I started running, like routing this game, and when it came out earlier this year. I think the whole community was amazed. No one really thought this game was going to be such a good speedrun. This is like, I think this is like hands down the best horror speedrun of 2024. People can disagree with me, but just the depth and the movement, we had no idea would be there. You know, like you don't expect horror games where really you're just running around to have like, you know, bee hopping, coyote time, all these like really critical movement mechanics to make a really good like platforming speedrun. Which is why like so much of especially the outside levels have got all these cool tricks, because, you know, we can take advantage of all these cool movement mechanics. Alright, so we've relit the flare. Adair's on fire, but Adair's still like, I think Adair's dead now at this point, but he can still kill you. So we're trying to run. We get a little glimpse of Kaz without his head there because they're bugged out. But we're going to drop down to under rig because the whole thing just broke. Which kind of defeats the point of lighting the flare if the whole thing breaks after that. But anyway, flashback to Kaz and his wife arguing because he signed up for the oil rig to get away from his assault charges without telling his wife or his kids. Oh, I got a reload checkpoint here. So, supposed to reload during the cutscene, but I forgot. Not that it really matters for a real-time run. But if you reload the checkpoint here, you get full sprinting move speed. Otherwise, you've got to do this whole, like basically this whole level with like really slow speed. You can do an out of bounds here, but it doesn't really save much time. So I'm just going to leave it for the moment to not cost a bunch of time when I mess it up. So I have not practiced it.
Fucking stuff into me.
That reminds me, actually, the talk about the mouthwashing in the chat reminds me. There is a, I don't think anyone's done a run yet. I've been meaning to when I go to the shops. But there is an IRL. Nico never mentioned it. There's an IRL category for mouthwashing. So if you want to just, you know, record yourself using some mouthwash with a timer. Alright, we got a really hard jump here. I messed that up. That's fine. This is probably the hardest trick left in the run. There's a bunch of invisible walls, but also the group. I haven't mentioned the group because it hasn't really been relevant up until this point. It hasn't really become useful until way later in the game, but if you get hit by the group, well, certain parts of the group, you'll get a bunch of speed. Here, it's actually a detriment. There we go. Because that big arm of group there can just, like, hit you randomly and just send you flying when you try to jump over this invisible wall. Sometimes it hits you and then sends you inbound, which is really nice. Sometimes you just get yeeted off into oblivion. Right. And now we are back in engineering again, because there's no other, like, the whole oil rig is falling apart. There's no other way through. And even engineering is, you know, flooded now, so. This is probably the best of the engine. Actually, no. I take that back. I just remembered the glitchy section that's coming up. I was going to say this is my favorite of the engineering run-throughs that we have to do, but there's a section in a second where, not this water section, the next water section that's really buggy and has cost me like minute breaks in my PBs because it will just like randomly glitch out. And part of that is my own fault. So we bind jump to mouse wheel for easier b-hopping in this game, but jump is also the button for dashing underwater when you're grabbing onto these. Now it bugs out with mouse wheel because you're supposed to hold the button, right? And so you need to have, you can bind another button to it as well, but I just use the mouse wheel. And sometimes Kaz will just not grab those railings down there, and there's a current, so if he doesn't grab the railings, it'll just push him back to the start of that section, and you can get locked in and just stuck, unable to move for like 30 seconds if it bugs out there. So we're back here. We're here way near the start of the run. Do this same jump across the railing. So now we're going up here. This is where we did Gibbo skip right near the start of the game. But now it's all broken and full of water. Messed it up a little bit. You want to try and bounce off some of the walls there to get further across the water section. So climb out of the water here. Come on, Kaz, get out of the water. So we're going to quickly turn around. Instead of going to the game once, we're going to turn around here. That lets us stand up. We can do some B-hops across here. I gotta watch out for the group. Oh, like that. So sometimes that group is very helpful and can send you flying into that next prompt. But this time it sent me into the water, which means I have to swim back around, climb back up. But that's fine. This is a section where a lot of people, I believe, died in their casual playthrough. I died here because I got so confused. When you get to the top of this climbing section, the game, one of the rungs will break. That second rung will break and cause you to fall back down, and then it gets really disorienting. But you can platform and grab this railing instead and just get up to the top, which saves you having to, you know, watch that animation, fall back down, climb all the way back up, Saves a lot of time. It's actually really good. All right, so we're back in accommodation now. So this is another one of these heater skips. You're supposed to use the heater here. But if you aim into this wall, you can get the interact prompt for this lock. So you can break the lock, and then you can open the door from the bottom, like a lot of the other doors where the trigger for Kaz saying, "My hands are too cold to open this," does not cover the whole door. So I'm just going to run through accommodation. We're trying to get to the roof right now. But everything is broken. We're also trying to find Roy. Roy is still around. I believe in engineering you get a phone call from him and he tells you that he's gone up to the roof.
Oh, Jesus.
And that he needs his insulin. That's what it is. We need to get his insulin. In what is the worst part of the story, Roy is diabetic, which comes into why he doesn't help us in some of the earlier sections. But it's not... At the end here, he dies because he hasn't gotten his insulin. And it's like, you know, diabetic people don't die because they haven't had insulin in like 3 hours. So I know a lot of people, I know Zeke, who ran this game, who's up next, got very annoyed at that because I think, and I got annoyed at it too because it's like, you know, that's not how that works.
Yeah. The one problem with this game for me is like, that's not how that works.
Yes, there's trots. You can get ahead of trots there, but it's not very consistent. It does save a little bit of time. But a lot of the time, it relies on like opening that door and like getting through the door as it opens to get ahead of him. But a lot of the time you do that and then trots is just like insta-kills you. So I do go for it in PB attempts, but it's not really a viable trick. I just kind of go for it because it annoys me that I have to wait for him. So Trots is chasing us. Essentially, at the end of the game here, we go through and we find a lot of the monsters that we've seen earlier in the game, and a lot of them die. I got the bunny again. Alright, so this is Roy's room. His insulin is there. You don't actually need to grab it. Which is another really annoying thing for the Roy dying. Because, like, you find Roy either passed out or dead. And, like, even if you have the insulin, Kaz doesn't try to administer it.
Please.
Which is, I always thought was really dumb. It's like, you know, if you think he's dead because of the insulin, give him the insulin at least. But anyway,
yeah,
we're alluding to it. Yeah. So we're gonna crawl under here because it's a little bit faster than going all the way around. And like we've been talking about, here's Roy.
Talk to me, big man.
He's supposedly dead because of he didn't have insulin for like 4 hours. But anyway, we'll move on. So the oil rig is still sinking. So Finley wants us to get to the control tower on the other side of the rig. To Kaz, what are you doing? To try and, because we've let go of all of the pontoon legs, we can now trigger the station to go on the float. Which I didn't know this was a thing that oil rigs can apparently do. I thought they were just built in place, but apparently they can float. I don't know how realistic that is. But, you know, the whole rig is covered in the stuff now. So we're going to take this very, very safe crane across. There is a trick you can do on this crane. It's called the Roy Crawl script. It is so inconsistent and so difficult that nobody has gotten it in a run, even though I've attempted it. And if you miss it once, you get put at the start of this crane, and you have to do all of the crawling, all of the monkey bars again. Essentially, this section here where I'm crawling, if you walk backwards onto this, you don't get the crawl animation, and then you can sprint across this section. But here, where it transitions to gray, has no collision normally. So you need to do like a really, really precise jump. And it's not even just like a hard jump. You need to like bounce off bits of collision to get sent further than a normal jump would take you in order to make that distance. And like even trying it with cheats, you can sit there and try it over and over again and it never works. So it's one of those things where it's like, you know, if the run's dead, it's like, okay, I can just try for this, I guess. So I'm gonna try and grab this ledge so I don't break my legs when I drop down into this area. So here's another crew member. This is Roper.
Finley.
And we just got a pretty annoying section for the speedrun where you need to repeatedly talk to Finley on the phone and then do certain things. It is annoying. It annoys me because even though I know exactly what I need to do, I have to keep going back and asking Finley what to do. So,
What's next?
set the switch, set the thing to manual. We're gonna flood the pontoons to make the oil rig more buoyant.
Right, back to Finley.
And then I think that's all we need to do.
All right, that's done.
All right, and then we talk to... This is the one of very few cutscenes in the game that you can't skip, where the oil rig gets put on the float.
Oh, thank Christ, Finley. What now?
Whole time Roper's just there. He's alive, by the way. Roper's alive during this whole thing.
I fucking hope so.
Alright, so we're gonna crouch here. Oh, nope. Never mind. I messed it up. If you crouch there, you can dodge that grab from Roper. And then we're going to leave and go to administration. Finley and Brody want us to meet in drill ops. Brody supposedly has a plan. Insulin at the wrong time can do a lot of damage. Yeah, but he thinks Roy's dead. That's the bit that it's like, you know, you've got the choice of either leaving him for dead or giving him the insulin and then leaving him for dead. You could at least try.
Yeah, he's already dead. What can you do by trying?
I was convinced in my casual playthrough that like it was going to be some weird thing where like the insulin is like a cure for the goo or something, but I'm just surprised that you can. My main surprise is like you can just not grab the insulin.
Yeah.
So I did another crouch there to dodge. I actually don't know which crew member that one is, but there was another one of the monsters on the wall there. A lot of the crew members kind of just got absorbed into the walls instead of becoming like active running around monsters like Rennick and Trots and Adair as more of the goo has taken over. So now we just got to swim through this section. There is one more monster we have to deal with, which is our good old Power Rennick. Also, there's a monster hand there. Yeah, I think all the rest of them get dealt with. Adair is dealt with when the flare breaks. The flare stack breaks. Trots we saw die before. Or get collapsed under rubble. Muir, I think we see Muir near the end of the game under a bunch of collapsed rubble when we go back onto the deck. But yeah, you can like track. If you know all the crew members, you can like track what happens to them all. But there's a lot of crew members. Let me through the door. So we can hear Rennet coming, but we've got some more swimming to do. Thankfully, the game kind of just like forces you to go in the right direction here because it is impossible to see what's going on. And you get like flashes. That's part of that gets skipped a lot. You don't see that a lot in the speedrun. But this whole time, Kaz is getting like flashes of his family. He can hear his wife talking to him. So it's like, I'm pretty sure Kaz is like already infected. Alright, so here's Rennick. Game tells you to press shift to run. This is the running speed in this section. But this will be the last we see of Rennick. For a sea monster, drowning is still a threat, apparently. At least for the infected crew members. So, Rennick gets stuck in the rubble there, and as the water rises up, drowns. I don't know if he's truly dead. I don't know what... Like, obviously, the game leaves a lot explained about what the monster is. Let me through the door.
You rest in peace, you cunt. Christ. I've got to get the fuck out.
Right. So we're up to the last level now, drill ups. And we've got one of the other very few unskippable cutscenes here, where we talk to Finley. Finley is distraught because, well, we can skip the phone call, but we won't be able to skip the conversation. Brody did not get out of the pontoons in time, so even though he's on the phone, he's like he like basically dies as we're on the phone with him because the water level's rising. He's got no way out, and that sends Finley into like a spiral.
He's dead and you don't think that matters. He was always gonna die.
Finley realizes that this is all pointless. Like, what's the point of floating the rig if the rig's covered in these monsters? Surviving until the support ship comes, like, the support ship is just gonna get infected.
Fucking once have we tried to do what needed to be done. Alright, what do you mean? I'm ending this.
So Finley is going to go to the where the drill is, and you know, fire on an oil rig is not the best thing. Oh, nice. So this is the section. This section we actually have a couple of these we call group bouncers. We don't really use them in most of the run because a lot of the group is like out of the way or doesn't help you, or some of the group doesn't even give you bounces. But like I was talking about before, where the group will launch you if you hit it, we can actually use that in this level to get a bunch of speed in a couple of spots. And we're supposed to chase Finley down the stairs, but we can actually just jump down here, and there's a checkpoint. You can, it's really weird and buggy, but you can survive that fall. I have never pulled it off successfully, but some people have. But it's more of like a go for the checkpoint. If you do survive, oh, that's nice. So we're supposed to go around these crates, but we're going to climb up on some debris here. This just skips a little cutscene, another like cutscene where the crane and stuff start to fall. It skips Finley getting trapped in rubble here. You're supposed to see Finley here. Kaz kind of realizes when he comes out here that it's all, you know, it's all kind of hopeless. They're not beating this thing. So he takes, Finley's trapped on the rubble. Kaz takes the lighter, and we're going to go into the drill and finish like, you know, light this rig on fire, you know? The flare stack broke, so, you know, the explosive gases are building up. And all it can take is one little spark to blow up the whole ship. Or the whole rig. So I'm going to try and line up a group bounce here. You can only move really, really slowly here. So I'm going to line this up, jump into this. Oh, I messed it up. That's fine. We can just walk. If you do it right, you can get a bunch of speed, and then you got to B-hop really precisely to preserve it. I can try this one. I got a little bit of speed. The problem is it does so much damage to you that you get all these flashes on your screens. It's really hard to tell what's going on. There is a strat there where you can do like it's called a double group bounce, where you group bounce off of one thing into another group and get like heaps of speed. But if you do it even slightly wrong, you will 3 group hits and you die. So if you hit a third one, you're just dead immediately. Alright, so time is going to be coming up. But so we're going to light the lighter. And we're going to let go. And then as it fades out, as everything blows up, and then that is, it comes up in time.
GG.
Yeah. So there is a section after this where like Kaz is like hallucinating or something, but we don't include it in the run because you gotta watch the credits and then it comes up and then there's more credits. So but yeah, that was Still Wakes So Deep. It is, I think, one of, if not the best horror speedrun to come out of 2024. Yeah, if you enjoyed me, I'm Living Looney Bin. I'm typically known for Dead Space games, but I've been doing a lot of this lately. But yeah, shout out to the entire community, Sharkat, Chris, Real, Zeke, Zarian, everyone who's done runs and helped glitch hunt this game. This run is so cool because of all the effort everyone's put in. And yeah, shout out to all the other runners who are running in this Halloween special. And shout out to you for giving me the opportunity to show off this amazing game.
Yeah, and thank you for showing it off. Like I said, this is one of my favorite games, not really this year, but like the past couple of years. So it was awesome to be able to have you on and showcase the run. Great game, like you've been saying. So everybody should check it out.
Yeah, this game is amazing. Even outside of the speedrun, this game is really, really cool. If you like the idea of John Carpenter's The Thing on an oil rig, it's right up your alley. But
yeah, so... Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's me. And then there's just a little interlude at the end where it flashes back to Kaz leaving the day he left to the oil rig. But yeah. Thanks for watching, everyone.
Thank you so much. And we've got one last game for you all tonight. We've got Silent Hill 2 Remake. We are going to take a quick break, and then we will be back with that. See you in just a few minutes, everyone. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games on Quick Hotfix. Today is our spooky celebration. We're celebrating Halloween with a bunch of spooky games. Before we get into the final run of the night, just a few quick reminders. GDQ 2025 will be live from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania from January 5th through 12th. Registration and hotel bookings are open now. You can go visit gamesdonequick.com and check the AGDQ 2025 important dates section to learn more. Also, UBAF is returning as GDQ's first Black charity event, Back to Black, which will be live February 7th through 9th. Run submissions are open now through November 5th. You can go to submissions.gamesdonequick.com for more information. With all of that said, Silent Hill 2 Remake, I'll hand it over to our runner in commentary. Let everybody introduce themselves.
Great. Thank you so much, Church. Hi, everyone. I'm Captain Ezekiel. I am here to show you Silent Hill 2 Remake, but I'm here to show you the unrestricted category, which means we're going to look at all of the glitches that have been put into the game. And it saves quite a bit of time over the run. But we'll go more into that in a moment. I'd like to go ahead and introduce my commentary. Noodle?
Hi, I'm Noodle. We were here last week with Silent Hill 2 Remake. However, this week it's going to be a bit different, I would say. But yeah, excited to to see Zeke showcase this run.
Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and get into it, and then we'll kind of explain what it is. Here, we're going to be running on hard, and we're also running on hard puzzle challenge, which isn't really relevant to the run. It's all up to really runner preference. So I'm running on hard. So timer will start after I skip the first cutscene. All right. Give this a moment here. All right, timer can start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
Thank you. All right, so Silent Hill 2. Like Niddle said, we were here last week on the Crypt, and we ran glitchless hard for you guys. And there's going to be a very noticeable change in how this run operates versus that one. The overall premise of still how we're doing stuff is going to be the same, but don't worry, we're going to cover everything like we did last week. But we are skipping a lot, and the way we skip is a little untraditional. But if you're not new to new game runs like new age, like 2022 to like 2024 now, FPS tricks become very prevalent in the way runs are messed with. So the way this works, you're gonna see the skip coming up in a minute where I abuse an FPS toggle. So I'll just kind of get this explanation out of the way. I'm using a third-party tool called RivaTuner. And what's going to happen is in certain areas of the game, we're going to toggle down to 3 FPS. So it's going to look really, really slow and laggy. And the challenge is I have to navigate at that FPS. So moving a character at 3 frames per second, you would not be shocked to believe it sucks. It is really hard and it's really unresponsive. But we have to in order to skip certain load barriers, certain areas. So we'll explain each skip as we get to it. But for right now, let's talk about what is this game? What are we playing?
This game, from what I've heard, what I've been told, this is Silent Hill 2 remake. So it's going to be a lot of running between areas, but then once we're in actual areas beyond the traversal, there's going to be a lot of action. So goes without saying, this is the 2024 remake of the 2001 game Silent Hill 2, originally released for PS2, and I think Bloober did a pretty excellent job with this remake. It's turned out to be both a very fun and very frustrating speedrun. It has a good amount of pain points, but when things kind of go right, it goes right in just the right spots. And it's a bit longer than the OG. Normally, in the OG, we would be sort of reaching apartments at like the 5-6 minute mark. In this, it's not going to be for some time, albeit it's going to be a lot quicker than you would be able to do casually once we start clipping out of bounds and stuff.
Yeah, like Neil said, this game it's very rewarding in a way that when you get to like these combat sections or these areas where you have to do a lot of things quickly, navigate through enemies, it feels very receptive and very, very fun. Boss fights specifically are very fun, but very, very challenging, especially on hard. The change in difficulty of this game makes it so that enemies hit a lot harder, they're a lot harder to kill, and they are faster. So very standard difficulty adjustments you would see in a very a standard survival horror game. So it's very modernized in that sense. But in terms of taking a lot of damage, it's going to become very apparent how severe that actually becomes when I get to our first boss and really when I get to apartments. But like Dill said at the start of the game, we're basically just running. Typically what's expected here at the start of the game, and we do have a skip that comes up in about 2 minutes, I would say, 2.5 minutes. The skip is going to essentially skip the entirety of the intro to the town. What you're normally expected to do is once you get into Silent Hill, which is kind of where we're running up to right now, is you have to get a bunch of pieces to a jukebox, essentially, to get a key. The most convoluted and nonsensical way to get a key ever. Where you have to go get a coin out of a cash register. You have to go get a couple parts to a record and then glue them together and then play that record and then you'll get a key. Very convoluted, but we're not going to do any of that. What we're actually going to do is we're going to go get our starting weapon here in a minute, and then we're going to find a way to deload the area, and we're going to run around at low FPS to get into the next area before it loads. That's the trick to these FPS skips. Some of them are a little bit different where we actually clip through walls. The way it's really going to work is we're going to stand outside of what's called a loading zone, essentially. So a loading zone is, in order to keep games, running well and be smoothless, loadless transitions, is when you leave an area, it essentially gets deloaded, meaning that the walls, the doors, the key items, all that stuff kind of gets removed out of your sight, because if it stayed loaded and rendered in, you would lose, performance as a result. So we abuse this once we get away from them, and we toggle our FPS down. So now the game is running super slow, it allows us to run inbounds before it loads. The trade-off is we can't make a mistake. If I'm at 3 FPS and I'm running to get into a new area before it loads, if I make a mistake, that means that it's going to load before I get there. It is not lenient, and it is very tight timing. Specifically in the hospital later, we'll have a couple of sections of it where I cannot make a mistake or I have to redo it, which is not fun. Time loss is never fun, obviously. But that's kind of what we're doing for the skips in this run. And I think we save about half an hour almost off of the run utilizing these skips. So, and it not only skips, a lot of walking areas that are otherwise relatively impactful in terms of what you're doing, but you're also skipping like resources and ammo and whatnot. So it makes the hard speed run, which is what we're doing now, harder because we have less ammo and less heals and things to deal with all these fun bosses we get to fight later.
Yeah, in the glitchless run, there's quite a lot of ammo on the way, and we're mostly just picking up stuff as we go along. In this, it's a little bit tighter on ammo. We're going to be fighting bosses with like virtually nothing going into it, just because the route we'll be taking is so shortened. But yeah, and there is also slight risk with all of these skips. Just because we're skipping sections doesn't necessarily make it 100% easier, because running around when stuff is deloaded is very precise, and enemies can be in the way while stuff is deloaded. So it's just a high risk, high reward situation.
Yeah, and a big risk of it is when you're running around deloaded, that doesn't mean the stuff isn't there. That just means that you can't see it. So if I decide I think I'm in the right spot, let's load it in. Or if the timer runs out, wherever I am standing and whatever I am standing in will load in. So getting stuck inside of like a chair, very, very possible. Getting stuck inside of a wall, getting stuck in the ceiling, you'll see that potentially, hopefully not, but there's a chance you could see something like that happening. It's all very risky. So what we're doing here now is instead of going to get the coin like we normally would, we're actually just going to run straight to Neely's bar, which is kind of where we need to go anyways. The whole premise here is we need to get through Neely's bar. There's a locked door in there, which is the key you would get from doing all the objectives. And then there's another key in a little area behind it. We're going to just try to clip straight through the wall and go right through that first locked door so that we can get to that key, which is all we really need to trigger the next area. So this is Neely's bar here on my left. I'm going to run down this street. There is an enemy behind me, but we're going to pretend like it's not. If you can't see him, he can't hurt you, sort of thing. Like I said on hard, they're all very fast and very difficult. So I'm going to get right here to the end of the street, and I'm going to turn around and pause my game. I'm pausing. You don't need to pause to deload an area, but I'm doing it. One, it saves time on the timer, which is what the runners will do, but I'm also doing it so that the enemies don't just come and destroy me, right? It's better to let it do it while paused so the enemies don't just run up on me and beat me senseless. So we stay paused for about 8 to 10 seconds. And like I said, what we're doing here is we're allowing Neely's bar to deload. Once it deloads, I'm going to toggle to my 3 FPS toggle, which I think we should be good to go now. I'm going to toggle and I'm going to try to make my line as straight as I can. It's really hard to navigate because everything is incredibly delayed. So we're going to kind of navigate here. I'm going to move myself to the left a little bit to get out of the way of this pole that's right here. And here's the door. Now you can see everything in here is deloaded. Now we need to get in front of this empty door here and load it back in.
Nice.
Just like that. That one is not too bad, but it's nice if I don't get caught on anything and don't take any bad lines and avoid stepping into any furniture, which is exactly what we did there. So that saves about, I want to say 2.5, 3 minutes. Stops us from having to do any of the optional stuff, which is really nice.
Yeah, this whole game is all about go collect key item to acquire next key item, sort of stuff like that. So there's a lot of progression in that we can actually cut out using out of bounds and clipping. But there are still sort of hard triggers in the game that are unavoidable, that even if you could clip out of bounds, even if you could get through the locked door, etc., the game just won't load because you haven't seen the cutscene that transitions to the next area or anything like that. But that's one of the nicer examples of just bypassing everything and going straight to the end goal of the area, because normally it's pretty roundabout how we get in there.
Yeah, it's very convoluted. I'd say the best example of that skip you're going to see later in the run, and probably the greatest use of it, is skipping Labyrinth. We get the pleasure and benefit of skipping the entirety of the Labyrinth later in the game, which is a 17-minute time save, which was like when it was discovered, everyone was so excited that it was running unrestricted because it was like Labyrinth is about 80% holding W and kind of walking through it, and then you get to fight some stuff at the end. So being able to skip the entirety of that is pretty nice. And we're going to have more examples of clipping that's going to happen soon. There's not really many areas where we don't use it, and also not too many where we use it at. So the next one we're going to use is going to be later in the other world apartments, but we'll get there in a bit. But right now we are in Woodside Apartments.
Yeah, this run is going to have certain sections that are played sort of quote unquote traditionally, I guess, and then it'll have basically entire sections that are cut out or skipped with the clipping. So we're doing a little bit of standard restricted speedrunning right now.
Yeah, the whole premise here of the apartments is it is actually very confusing, and in my opinion, when I played it casually, the most confusing area in the game. Because there's so many places you have to go and backtrack through. And when we were routing it, it was super difficult to understand, like, do we have to go here? What's the fastest way back? Because there's a lot of optional paths. Like, you can go down a certain way to get to a room slower or down a different way to get there faster. And, you know, your casual playthrough bias will sometimes make you go down a way that has ended up being like, 20 seconds slower or 10 seconds slower. So yeah, apartments was a lot of that basically when we were routing it.
Yeah, the addition of like the shortcuts, because we didn't really get those in the original, but like movable crates and doors that can be unlocked from one side that kind of like shortcut back through to another area. We had a few of those in the original, but nowhere near to the level of this, and it adds another complexity to sort of routing, because there are some doors where it's like, well, you could unlock this and then go through here, but the time spent unlocking it and then going through that way isn't really worth just backtracking and coming back from where you came. So a lot of that routing stuff that was handled in sort of the first few days of the run, that stuff is actually really impressive, because it's reached a point where I feel very confident that almost every part of it is pretty much as optimal as it can be.
Yeah, it was really a struggle, and like it still is, like, for a lot of people, because it's still really, really easy. Like I would probably assume the most hours in the game than any other person right now, and I still get lost. I've played over 200 hours of the game now, at 210 hours, and I will turn a corner and be like, was I supposed to turn left or right there? And then and you second guess yourself and you turn around like, no, that was the right way. And now you've turned around 3 times and you have no idea. It's like, was that supposed to be the right door? Was I supposed to go there? Like, because there's a lot of backtracking, and it's very akin to, if you're familiar with Resident Evil 1 Remake, a very similar effect you get when running that game or playing through Mansion 1, because you have to go back through halls and doors that you've already gone through multiple times. Super, super confusing, and makes learning and running the game pretty difficult. So it's always, I find it impressive when runners can pick it up and do it pretty fast, because it is not easy to do that.
Yeah. Getting the pistol here, going to be pretty useful in the beginning of the game. I also wanted to mention, it's so common to see that double back move. Like, I don't think I've seen a single runner have a full run, like a full, hour and a half to 2 hour run, where they don't almost go down the wrong hallway. And yep. it's pretty funny to see, like, even at the topmost level currently, it's still a very confusing game.
Yeah, it is brutal. Like, and I think it's going to be like that forever, honestly, because it's just, there's so much to remember on where you're going, because this is a very pathing based run. Knowing where you're going and going there correctly the first time is what's going to save you so much time, just in general.
In hard, especially too, with the threat of enemies, because it's like every time you kind of go into a room, you sort of aggro more enemies. So the less you can get turned around and have to run through the same area twice, like, the safer you are.
Yeah.
So cool puzzle here. This was not in the original. Zeke's going to do a quick safe combo. It's 13, 7, 11. These safes are a little bit like finicky. If you get one number wrong, then you have to start from the beginning. And so it's like a lot of these puzzles, there's a lot of time to be saved or lost on inputs. You're going to see Zeke kind of cruising through them. He's practiced them enough that they're pretty much muscle memory at this point. But in general, it's kind of hard to get the precise movement, because there's just a little bit of input delay when you're inputting those puzzle solutions. So just kind of like understanding the max speed that the game will let you go, and then going just under that is sort of key for those.
Yeah.
You're also going to notice at the end of a lot of interactions, you'll see Zeke aim really quick, like sort of just aim down sights. Whenever you see that, it's just because he's canceling out the animation of James picking up something, or in some cases like turning a lever or doing an action. So you'll see that all throughout the run, just in case you're wondering.
Yeah, there's a lot of very interesting mechanics in the game too. We should probably talk about also that this is basically Silent Souls. So we have a dodge, and this dodge is incredibly important. I mean, in all categories, honestly, but it is especially important in hard. James has 100 health, and each enemy, let's just use this most standard common enemy, which is the mannequins. Each time a mannequin hits you, it is 35 damage. So that is 35% of your health per single hit. Dodging, very important because it has insane invincibility frames. Like if you dodge, right, it's like typically about a second before and up to like a second and a half after the dodge, you're not taking any damage. You can't be hit, but you also can't really do anything outside of it. But you'll see me do it a lot, especially through areas where you might not even see an enemy on the screen. Running this game has basically taught you to learn to understand and hear enemies around you. Who's there? A lot of runners, you'll see dodge, and you'll be like, there's no one near you. It's like, actually, there's a dude at 6 o'clock, like right behind me. I know he's there, and I hear him taking a deep breath. That means he's about to like pop me upside the back of my head. I have to dodge now, or else it's going to hit me.
Yeah. It loses a bit of time technically if you dodge, but an enemy didn't actually swing at you and you're just, running in a straight line. However, the risk of getting hit is worth taking that extra dodge or two. We're basically done with the first half of apartments here. The whole goal here is to grab these 3 coins and then use these coins to do this coin puzzle, which is sort of reminiscent of the original, albeit they put it in a different spot and they changed it up a little bit. And this is going to be another example of just quick inputs, and there's actually quite a lot of inputs for this puzzle. It's 3 coins, but you have to sort of move them around, shift them around, and my favorite is this last one, because fortunately almost every coin's in the right spot to just be done, and then you sacrifice a coin, and that's the first half of apartments.
Yeah, sacrificing a coin there, I believe, plays a part in which ending you're going towards. Yes. However, the way we play the game, we're almost always guaranteed to get leave. However, there is a chance you can get the Maria ending, which just kind of happens randomly depending on how much you let Maria get beat up when you have to take her around. I've gotten both endings just on accident. But sacrificing a coin there kind of changes which ending points you are, angled towards. But at the end of the day, you're not getting anything other than leave or Maria.
Yeah. It's actually very similar to the OG in that there's like a point system, and depending on actions you do or decisions you make, you're sort of putting points into one ending or the other. And the game does weight you towards endings that you haven't gotten yet, other than the New Game Plus one. So it kind of encourages you to do repeat playthroughs, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. So now we're in Blue Creek.
Yes.
So Blue Creek Apartments is where it takes apartments and it makes them significantly worse. We have a lot more enemies, a lot more density, and way more narrow of hallways and rooms. So the idea here is we need to fix the clock. So like Niddle mentioned how they moved the coin puzzle earlier. They also moved the clock puzzle, if you want to explain what they changed about that.
So in the original, the clock had all its hands intact. It was just a matter of unlocking the clock. In this one, the hands are all missing. So we actually need to put the hands together in order to repair the clock. You just saw Zeke run past it on his left. So this kind of has like a sort of looping situation where you basically grab a hand and then you go put it on the clock, and then you run around, you grab another hand and you put it on the clock. And you do this until you have all the pieces. And cool enough, the clock time is actually the solution for the clock time is the same as it was in the original, which is what the clock, like the final resting spot for the clock was when you did the solution, which is cool. There's a lot of little nods and throwbacks to the original, which I think Bloober did a pretty great job on.
Yeah, and the way we get these clock hands is relatively vanilla. The second glitch we're going to do is during this part of the apartments, and it's when we get the minute hand. But the hour hand and the second hand we get pretty organically. We also get the minute hand organically, but we skip to the end of that whole section because there's a lot of like convoluted puzzles you have to do to like get out of that section. But we'll get there in a minute. But right now we're coming up on the harder part of hard, which is this hallway here. We're going to pass through this hallway a few times. This part's not too bad. It's the part on the way back. You can see there's a lot of just dead enemies on the ground, so it sounds pretty convenient. But when we come back through, they're all going to stand up. And on hard, their positions are very different than they are on light or normal, where they're going to essentially be rushing towards this room that we're in. My favorite comparison is another runner, Nev, said they're basically all rushing B site, and we are on B site. So what's going to happen here is I'm going to turn this, and I'm going to grab this, and there's an enemy to my right. I'm going to dodge that, and this guy just rushed in, and now we have a few fellas out here, and we just have to be careful not to get hit by any of them, because every hit is incredibly dangerous. And we got this guy here, and another one right behind me, and that should be clear.
Yeah. There's like several dodges in succession that you have to do there, and it's kind of like weird on the timing because the positions of the enemies, it's not going to be the same every time. So a lot of this is sort of reactive. You're not necessarily going to get the same line every single time because you're always, going one way or the other to just stay out of the way.
Yeah, and we have an issue where, I say an issue, but something I'm pretty confident about is that the game is seeded. And enemy positions can change, and they will sometimes per run, right? So you'll get to an area, and you're like, this guy is not where he normally is. Where is he? And it's because he's around a different corner in that same room. And you have to be completely reactionary on your dodges and where enemies are.
Yeah.
Now, for no reason at all, literally none, no note tells you to do this, but James is going to reach down this really gross toilet. There's at no other point in the game do you do this. There's nothing that says, hey, dude, I dropped something in the toilet. Check the toilet. Nothing. He just does this.
This is also the only toilet in the game that has, water rendered in it. So, of course, the one toilet full of something James has to use.
Mm-hmm. So we got the next skip here. Normally, I have to pick up there's a bird piece and puzzle we have to do. What I'm going to do is break this wall, and we're going to abuse the FPS mechanic, and then we're also going to time it with me clipping through it. And what we're going to do is we're going to actually clip right through the wall on this side. And now what's going to happen is the area is going to deload. I'm going to pause and switch to 30 frames per second. The reason we do this a couple times, the reason for it is to, one, we need to be paused so that the game deload, and two, we don't want the game to load too fast or we're going to get stuck out of bounds. So we're going to let this happen, dodge and bounce. And now what we've done is we've skipped doing that puzzle that I just mentioned and running around and doing all of that. We're actually skipping straight to the Angela cutscene, and this saves also about 2.5 minutes.
Really funny skip because you just drop down into the area that you need to be in. It's pretty convenient.
Yeah, it's really nice. It gets us right out of that area. The funny part about that skip is that uses the FPS toggle as well, but it does a different mechanic. When James jumps through windows, goes through holes in the wall, or does anything like that, if your FPS is low enough, James will face the direction you are holding just for a very brief moment. The higher frames you are, the less of a window that is. So at low frames, you can make James look to the left or right when you go through a hole, and he's not supposed to be able to do that. And what'll happen is he'll just vault to the left and vault to the right. And he's again, not meant to do that. And so when you do it that way, he will vault through and you'll end up out of bounds.
Yeah, simple.
Very simple.
Yeah, it's actually, you can sort of do the FPS glitch at pretty much any vault, any crawl through section. It's just a limited handful currently, at least, that actually have sort of value for the run. There's a lot of silly soft locks, and you can end up falling out of the map occasionally, and a lot of weird, goofy, unintended things. And some of the areas out of bounds don't really have collision properly, so it's just soft lock city for the most part.
Yeah, yesterday when me and Niddle were kind of just recapping the run, there was one hole I was like, maybe I should try it through here, and it almost turned into something, but basically you clip through the wall and then you're just in a massive void and you just fall down.
Yeah,
that is very much the case for a lot of different holes that you would clip through. In the
James fell off, for real.
Yeah, it actually fell off. But we just got the second hand now, which means we're done with this part of the game, except there's one teeny tiny thing in our way. Just one small little fella we have to deal with.
Minor character.
Character. Yeah, he's really just B-roll in this, but maybe you heard of him. I don't know, he's called Cube Head or something.
Yeah, something like that. Triangle face.
Triangle face, yeah. Oh no, it's Pyramid Head.
Oh.
And on hard, he's not easy. You're going to see me actually get beat up intentionally, but I'll let Niddle explain kind of what's going on here.
Yeah, so the way this fight actually works is Pyramid Head is on a 3-minute timer, and any damage you do to him lowers that time. So you're going to see Zeke opening up with melee to get him sort of past this first phase. And that's because the melee damage is actually really kind of overtuned in this game. Both the plank and the pipe do a ton of damage. So there's kind of his second phase. You're going to see Pyramid Head kind of go a little bit more turbo mode. And this is where Zeke usually will switch to the pistol and just begin unloading while trying to keep his distance. And this is because when Pyramid Head is in this kind of second phase aggro state, it's really hard to even get close to him. He has a whole bunch of super quick moves that he can do. And the worst of which is that move right there, because that knocks James down completely, loses a lot of time. And usually...
What?
Oh, okay, he hit him with the one frame.
All right. That was
the side swipe.
Yeah, I assumed he was gonna die. I put 2 clips into him. I thought for sure he was dead there, but
yeah,
that was very Silent Hill 2 remake.
Yeah. Now we get to see the fight again. Yeah, you'll notice that little pushing animation that Pyramid Head does. It's actually kind of beneficial because it sort of cancels out the melee attack swing. It's actually a huge difference in the New Game Plus run with the chainsaw. Just dodging the grab there. As long as Pyramid Head does what is expected, this should be okay. You may also notice the audio's a little bit muffled. That happens sometimes when you reload bosses. It's fixable in the menu, but Zeke's probably waiting to be done with this fight first. And he's gonna finish him off with the plank if he needs to, although optimally...
What was that?
Yeah, he almost went for another swing.
Yeah, he threw his hands in the air, bro. He started the party. I don't know, that was... So that fight is incredibly risky on hard, and even on any difficulty, it's... As you can see, the damage he does is just absurd. Granted, I'm very shocked he did not die on that last fight, because 2 clips and all the swings should have killed him. But what happens is you have to stay away from Pyramid Head when you're expecting him to die, because if he starts any animation, it will stop him from dying. It'll stop the fight from ending because he has to be completely out of any animation. So not horribly surprised that happened, because I was pretty close to him. But, you know, we got it on the second try, and that's okay. We'll take what we can get there.
Yeah. The amount of damage that Pyramid Head does in his swing is also kind of absurd. Like, Zeke was not at critical when he took that side swing. It's just that it did, I want to say, like 70% of James's total health.
It was an absurd hit.
Yeah. You also saw that Pyramid Head was near the door. That's kind of intentional. We want to end the fight as close to the door as possible, because otherwise we have to wait for Pyramid Head to walk towards the door. So having him right there where it just goes instantly into the cutscene, that's kind of optimal. And this is Maria.
We found our wife.
We did it.
Now we just leave.
Mary?
Mary?
No.
You look different.
So this is Maria. We're going to be doing a little bit of escorting in this run. Maria is nothing quite like a RE4 OG Ashley. Maria mostly is fine on her own. It's very rare that she'll go off and get herself killed. There is like one spot where you're sort of forced to save her, otherwise she'll give you a game over. But other than that, she can get grabbed once, and she'll actually fight the enemy off. And it's not until the second grab that she can actually die and cause a game over. So we're escorting her, but she's independent. She can take care of herself.
Yeah, she does, however, make you feel bad. Like if you let her get hit and you just kind of run away and be like, sorry, like not time efficient to save you, she'll basically just complain at you. You'll be like, James does this interaction where he's like, Maria, are you okay? And she's like, no, I'm actually not okay at all.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great interaction. So this section, kind of different from what we would do in the OG. In the OG, we didn't really have any puzzles or anything like that. Also, I was going to say, yeah, your volume's still...
Yeah, the muffled audio. It is a very strange bug.
Yeah. We have to do a couple things in this section different from the OG. First of all, you saw him do the motel safe. I love that voice line. It's just like, yay, like so sarcastic. And we have to do this little chase section that Zeke is going to be coming up to, and we'll go through Heaven's Night, kind of like in the OG. However, after that, pretty much everything from that point on in this section, while we're with Maria, is unique to the remake, actually.
Yeah, I like that they added a lot of very remake specific things, because it is good to like do a lot of justice to the original, but also keep it to be a new game still. So it is pretty cool in that regard.
Yeah. This is basically just our running away section. There's not much here of interest or anything like that. It's just a classic escape the enemies, force you through to the next section. It was a while before people knew about this door on the like far right here. I remember seeing a lot of early runs where people were pushing the cabinet to the side.
Oh, yeah.
Because there's like 3 different paths that you can take to get to this spot. And it was kind of funny watching all the different ways people did it. And I was like, there's a open door that you can just walk through.
And that basically like encapsulates running this game, right? That's basically what it's like to run this game when we were first learning it. It's like, why you'd basically be, I've had this happen like 40 times, I swear. I'm streaming the game and someone's like, why are you going that way? And I'm like, oh, here we go again. Like, what do you mean that way? Isn't this the only way? It's like, oh no, they actually do, they made a door like, that just goes right to the thing.
They made a door. Yeah. It's like, no. Don't go through there. Go through the double doors, down the stairs, and then you're right back where you need to be. And it's like, oh my God, I've been wasting like 20 seconds going through this way. Yeah. I want to say the run's at a pretty stable point where like any sort of major route changes have already been thought about, but it's very possible. We saw just last week, there was actually a route change to a hotel that was discovered maybe like 10 minutes before Zeke's restricted run, and that is actually going to be that is now implemented in the run, and it does save like 10 seconds plus some frustration in every category. So the run's still changing.
Yeah, it is still developing. It is still pretty new, and times are changing very frequently. We see a lot of record trading back and forth. The game is definitely still in its infancy in terms of development and like finding skips and tricks. Like just the other day, I found a new strat for Abstract Daddy that I'll probably be putting into here. I usually use it for light and normal, but might as well do it for hard as well. Things are changing pretty fast, and it's pretty nice to see, so that the time gets brought down lower. Like right now, I think our lowest glitchless time is just almost under 1 hour 55. Which is pretty nice to have it be under 2 hours and potentially be lower than that. So making a lot of progress. Granted, sorry, that's a new game. That's not New Game Plus. I think New Game Plus is under 1 hour 50. It's like an hour 48 or something. And I think that record's held by Niddle. And the new game version of that record is held by me. So we're bringing these times down as fast as we can. And it is still pretty fun to do so.
Yeah. So this is an entirely new section. In terms of the the lore and the plot and storytelling, it's a very cool section. However, in terms of the speedrun, we're just going to be running through it and skipping all the cutscenes. But yeah, this theater did not exist in the original. This is where we meet Eddie after our first time encountering him back at the apartments. And Eddie is he's starting to put on his Joker makeup a little bit. He's starting to become a little bit more sinister, and that's going to kind of develop. And the game did a really good job in like establishing that. Granted, we don't have Eddie eating a pizza, but he is eating ice cream, melted ice cream in this.
In the most disgusting way I think you could ever eat melted ice cream. They did that on purpose, and they did a really good job at it, because it's like because a lot of us saw him sitting there shoveling some like liquid goop out of a bucket, and we were like, is that like melted butter in like a popcorn bucket? I ironically thought that, but no, it turns out it's melted ice cream, and I'm like, that is so much worse. Like it is so weird.
The best I heard was somebody was like, yeah, I thought it was like people goop. And I was like, what do you mean? And he was like, I don't know, I just thought it was like liquefied human or something. And I was like, yeah. No, it's strawberry ice cream in like a 64-gallon tub.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty hardcore. And like Little said, they did a good job of showing you Eddie at the start. And you're like, oh, he's just some scared kid guy. And then you get further in the game, you're like, okay, not very comfortable with the things he's doing and saying. And then you get to the end and you're like, okay, I get it.
His arc.
Yeah, his arc is kind of crazy.
So this is the hospital. the hospital is it's a pretty long section, I would say, casually. It's very much condensed in the speedrun, and especially in this case. For the most part, we're going to be doing a few puzzles and dropping Maria off.
What is it?
And then once we're on our own, we're going to be solving some more puzzles to get a key to get up to the roof. Although in this, we're going to be bypassing some of that, just a little bit.
Just a little bit of it, yeah. maybe a couple steps here we're gonna skip through. But we still have to do the worst part of the hospital, which is the basement. In my opinion, by far the worst part of this building is this part down here, is because there's two mannequins they put in what could be the worst spots you could ever put enemies. Because there's a very, I'm going to call it funny, interaction between trying to do stuff and having an enemy nearby you. If you try to do anything that requires James to like push or grab or pull or do anything, and an enemy hits you, it stops you. It stops the entire thing.
Yeah, so it's really bad to be like midway through an animation and then get hit by an enemy. Especially, maybe more so in the case of these carts. Also, you heard.
What is she doing over there?
She's in duress. She's tanky, dude. She's she's doing her roll. Okay.
Don't hit me.
Oh no.
We have a problem here, actually. Oh, there's three of them.
Oh.
Hold on. If I just ignore it.
Yeah, it'll be fine. Oh, okay.
Okay, we're doing hand-to-hand combat for a minute.
Yeah, some CQC.
And I lost.
Oh my gosh.
So that's not normal. There's not supposed to be three right there. But it would happen on a hotfix that there would be three guys there.
That is kind of, it does lend some credence to like the sort of seed thing, because like literally sometimes an extra enemy will be there. Sometimes like two extra enemies will be there. And they'll be in different spots. So sometimes you can get away with not aggroing them at all. Other times you'll only aggro some of them. And yeah, this is a pretty painful section for that. Maybe a little bit smoother the second. The DA is going to be nice, right? This game does not have DA.
Oh, Maria, what are you doing?
Oh my gosh.
Maria, like I'm right there.
Get down, Mr. President.
Okay, I missed a bullet. One moment.
Oh.
Okay. Maria, we need you to get away from the card.
You'll see, like, the enemies have pretty telegraphed, like, hits. Like, you kind of know when a hit is coming, but they do, Zeke mentioned it, they do, like, this weird, like, Souls thing where sometimes they'll delay a hit by just a little bit, and it throws you off enough that if you dodge at the wrong time, you're just going to tank that whole hit, and doesn't feel great. You also saw with that card interaction, they have to be kind of, like, specifically lined up. So what tends to happen more often than not is you're just, like, a pixel off to the left or to the right, and you just have to like scoot the cart a little bit more before James decides to climb on it.
Yeah, that was some pretty brutal RNG. Like I that one was rough on both ends. Like when I first got there and after the retry, that was pretty rough. Ideally, if you got really lucky, you could actually go through that without having to touch a single enemy, and you can just run right through. But that's pretty rare. On hard, it's especially rough because we don't have much ammo, and I need to kill them. And on hard, they take 4 bullets each. And on every other difficulty, it's 3 for normal and 2 for easy. The problem is, we skipped a lot of the game, right? So I only had 8 bullets going in, so I was expecting 2, but we got the bad RNG and a third guy showed up, and that made life a lot harder.
Yeah, and it kind of, it has sort of a ripple effect where, you know, being short on ammo here means that we're going to be short on ammo later. So it kind of, you know, this is especially in hard, but also especially in unrestricted. It's very much like you don't want to have to waste ammo on extra enemies that normally don't spawn there or something like that.
Yeah, and now we're coming up on the third skip we do, but this is the second very big one. I'd say this is the biggest one so far. Is what we're going to do is we're going to hope this nurse does not aggro onto us. We're going to go down these stairs. And when we go down here, I think she aggroed, but we're going to pretend like it doesn't matter. We're going to pause here. This one, we have to wait like 15 seconds. So what's happening is we have to go through this whole hospital, get a bunch of keys, get a bunch of stuff, and do a whole bunch of things. And then eventually we'll get a key that unlocks a door to the roof. And then we can go and we trigger a cutscene and we go down and we fight flesh slips. But what we're going to do is we're going to deload the whole level. And we're going to do the hardest part about the FPS tricks, which is we're going to have to go upstairs. backwards. And also there's a nurse. So super fun time about to happen. If I get stopped for any reason, if I run into a wall, if the nurse stops me, it kills it and I have to retry it. Because we are on a very strict timer here. So I'm going to unpause. I'm going to navigate up these stairs as best I can.
Pair the PowerPoint jokes.
Yep, she is. And she blocked me a little bit. Hopefully that doesn't stop it. She's on it. It might... Well, we'll keep going. We'll see. But there's a good chance it's loaded back in. Oh, no, we beat it still.
Nice. Perfect.
That is terrifying.
Yeah. So you may have noticed the floor is sort of like detextured there. That's basically where a wall is supposed to be. But fortunately, when your FPS is low enough and you've sort of deloaded the level, you can get through just in time. And here's Fleshlips. So you're going to see Zeke do a quick retry here. This just makes Fleshlips AI a little bit more consistent. He hangs down for longer, which allows us to get more hits off. Because of the ammo constraints, you're going to see a slightly different strat than what Zeke would normally do. So you saw him knock him down first to get a couple extra shotgun shots off, and now he's going to loot the arena a little bit. All the bosses do have weak points, other than, I think, like Pyramid Head. So you're going to notice, wow, he Instagrammed.
It's actually good that he does this. He stays down a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
He's spinning so fast. Yeah. We'll act like it was on purpose.
Yeah, it was on purpose. So hitting his flesh rather than the actual cage or the like back plate is better in terms of damage. He does even more damage if you hit him in the feet or that little freaky mouth at the bottom. So that's a little hard to do. So now for the rest of the fight, you're going to see kind of this loop here if all goes well. And hopefully not that other really annoying attack. There we go. So when he does that attack, okay, I don't know how he turned around for that.
He's gonna go hang
when
out
he does
for a
that. Yeah, when he does that attack, that stomping attack, he like goes on for like 5 or 6 stomps, and you can't really interrupt him or do anything. And his hitboxes are huge.
This is the rarest attack in the game, by the way.
Yeah,
it is such a rare one for him to do, but he should die. Hey, I'm not done. Hey, I'm not done with you.
Oh, he's running away, dude. Yeah, it's a bit annoying how much he goes up into the ceiling when he's threatened. The goal is to try and like phase him as much as you can without him going up in the ceiling. GG.
Yeah, the hard part about this is on unrestricted, the strat changes pretty dramatically because we actually can't get him to phase before he goes back up. We don't have enough ammo for it. So we have to kind of put ourselves in a spot. I did actually get grabbed on purpose. We're hoping he comes down and hits us or grabs us so that we can at least get him out of the ceiling. That way we can actually phase him. Otherwise, he's stuck up there and it like loses an insane amount of time. And ideally, we don't want that to happen.
So this is the sort of back half of Hospital. It's a really quick section in just about every category because we already have the puzzle pieces to do what we need to do. It gets a little bit faster in this, however.
Yeah, this is one of the skips that is probably my hardest one to do because the timing on this one is tighter than all the other skips, and I also have to navigate upstairs. So if I do it right, and I have to do like some pretty precise like pause buffering. So what I'm going to do is we're going to stand here, we're going to toggle, and I have to take these lines as sharp as I can. And I have to go to the left here as soon as I can and to get out of this load zone. Then I have to go right really quickly and get over here. And we're going to do a dodge. And if I'm in the right spot, I do not know if I am, right? It's hard for me to tell. If I did this right first try, that'd be amazing. But ideally, what we're going to do now is we're going to wait a second here. And the level is going to deload. And then I have to hit a pretty precise pause buffer.
Oh.
And we hit it. Oh my goodness.
Nice. Wow, really nice.
That pause is hard to do because you can get stuck on quite literally anything in the ceiling and you have to retry it. Also, the outside's not loaded.
Yeah. So similar to the other one where we dropped down, that's actually just abusing the fact that we can drop through the floor in the unloaded area and end up in a lower spot that we were intended to go. So that skips having to do the whole back half of hospital. And you also saw Zeke run to that corridor. That was just to load the outside, because from the angle that we came in at, the whole outside is not even loaded. So if you ever run through the lobby of hospital on your way out, if you're doing this run or playing casually and you notice a FPS drop, that's because the whole outside is being loaded, which is pretty funny.
Yeah, I remember when I first learned the skip, I was like, I finally did it successfully. I was like, oh great, and I went to go outside and I couldn't go outside. It's just a big void of nothing, and I'm like, did we not test this? And I checked, I was like, oh yeah.
Yeah. So this is the Otherworld Streets part. It's just some kind of annoying sections here, like this wall. Yeah. The nurse, nice. The nurse and the mannequin that fortunately didn't really aggro. They can both be really annoying there. The game loves giving you movable crates or breakable walls in sections with enemies. It's like kind of the bread and butter of this run.
Very classic. You saw there, I kind of stopped moving. I stopped running. There's a AI break you can do with the mannequins where if they're pathing towards where they need to go, but you're running, they're just going to aggro onto you, right? That's how they're designed. But if you run to where you need to go, but you stop running, for some reason, it breaks their like AI, and they're like, oh, okay, there's no one there. And then he goes and he sits in his corner, and then you can start running again, and you're fine. They won't aggro. So that is actually a godsend for that area, because that dude will otherwise destroy you. Like, he will not let you have a good time. And then the first one I went through where I shot that nurse, there's one hiding under a table, but if you hug the right wall, he won't come out.
Yeah, just like there's a ton to think about even in these sort of more straightforward, like you could call them a whole W section, because there are sections where you're holding W, but then there's like, you know, an easy like 10 seconds of time loss if something goes horribly wrong. So sort of like on PB attempts and stuff like that, there's really no point in this run that's absolutely safe from the worst case scenario, you know?
Yeah, it can be super rough when you make like any small mistake. I kind of compared it to like, yeah, there's a lot of sections where you're holding W, but the second you have to stop doing that and you make a mistake, you're losing a lot. Like not even like a small amount of time, you're losing 10, 15, 20 seconds to a mistake.
Yeah. Yeah, and in some cases it's like something that you couldn't have even really been prepared for. It's an enemy in the wrong room, or an enemy busts into a room that they don't usually come into, or, you know, something like that. There's just a lot of pain points in this run. It is a fun run, but man, is it kind of reset heavy.
I did that wrong. Hold on, let's do it one more time. Got another little clip here through the wall. Press the wrong button.
Yeah, this one's not quite as big as the hospital skip, but it does save us a little bit of traversal.
Yeah, it saves a few seconds. It is funny to just clip through that wall and show up, kind of jump scare the nurses that are hanging up in there.
Their AI was like so not ready for you to appear on that side. But yeah, coming through, we're gonna be heading to the Historical Society. There is like another clip that I think was discovered and is kind of sort of tested. I don't think you're going to be doing it though, right?
No, yeah. So there's a clip that could have been done as soon as I exited the hospital to like go back in and deload the entire hospital and kind of walk out the back door essentially and get closer to the Historical Society. It's incredibly complex and convoluted, and I haven't really put the time into practicing it, so we're not doing it. Saves about 50 seconds, but it's not something I'm currently going to be doing.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, it's just kind of the nature of this run. It's really hard to like implement new things without the risk of ruining everything.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of trial and error, and like sitting down and finding time to practice is going to be like your best friend in order to like understand how things work. And because the run is a little bit longer, glitchless, it is hard to like sometimes find a time to be like, okay, let's sit down and practice this, because you need to have boss saves and be like ready to know what you want to practice. But that's just, you know, standard with all speedrunning.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's like, I feel like it takes like 4 hours just to warm up, and then you're like, all right, let's do runs. Oh, wait, it's already 4 a.m. Darn. Like,
yeah. That is the struggle, especially with like people like Niddle and myself who are like late night streamers and gamers. It's like, I got off work at midnight. Let's practice for runs. Like, oh, the sun's up. All right.
Yeah. But yeah, you've seen these. There was one earlier, but these little Mandarin dudes, they're gonna be our best friend in some of the later sections, or actually not even really in unrestricted. You don't have to deal with them.
The Mandarins are super frustrating to deal with because they're just like literally put into the game as time loss enemies. That's all they are. They're programmed to just lose you time, and that's their whole purpose. And in the Labyrinth, which we get to thankfully skip, there's a lot of them just kind of hanging around. No pun intended, but they're just hanging around, and they will scream, and it causes James to like stop moving and like kind of will fall backwards, and it loses like 5 or 6 seconds anytime they do it.
Yeah. God, that's actually a great part about this run, not having to deal with them, because it's sometimes you can get through with like minimal number of screams and they don't really slow you down at all, but other times like you can lose easily 9 seconds if they all scream at you.
Yeah. So now we got the Historical Society key.
Yeah, this works a little bit differently than it did in the OG. Normally in the OG, we do get a wrench, but then we use the wrench to like unscrew the box with the Historical Society key out of the ground. Like it's like bolted into the ground. It doesn't make any sense. This makes a lot more sense. We used the wrench to like open a door, and then we just pulled the key out of the box that was buried in the ground, which good change. There were some puzzles in the OG where it was like, wow, this is like who like chained up this box and then like put a bolt on it that like needs a specific wrench to unscrew. Like, this is absurd.
Yeah, there's a lot of like convoluted like ways, and even like in the remake too, of just like, why is there a key here? Like, why?
Yeah.
Like, why would they put a key? Like, there's in the hospital, we skipped it, but there's a key inside of like a mannequin's closed hand that needs 3 wristbands on it, put in the right order to get the key out. But like, you stand there and you look at it, and you're like, James could totally just grab that key. He could just pull it out of the hand.
That thing apart.
Yeah. It's super weird, but
it already looks half broken. Like, come on.
Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff like that where you're like, why? Like, why? Like, come on, like we're really reaching here.
But yeah, this is by far the longest sort of literal whole W section. There's not really any enemies or anything of major note. Environmentally, really cool section. A lot of like the background ambience and just like noise and stuff like that casually is really, really well done. And a lot of that was actually Bloober as much as it was Akira Yamaoka. So thanks, Bloober.
Yeah, thanks, Bloober. You still got some frame drop issues, Bloober, but I know you're trying your best.
Yeah, they're working it out. Okay.
The game is great, and that's not even Bloober's fault. It's more of a joke. UE5, Unreal Engine 5, which is what this game is made on, and a lot of new age games are being made on, has a reoccurring problem with a lot of Unreal Engine games where the game just drops frames. And it's not like, you have poor frame rate. It's you'll be running through an area at 120 FPS, it suddenly drops to 50 and then back up to 120. It's just a problem that exists with the game. I know they did a recent patch that did help a little bit with it, but just so that if you play the game and you're feeling that, and maybe you haven't watched anyone make content on it or anything, you are not alone. We're all experiencing it. Everyone from really not strong computers to my machine's not like the strongest, but it has a 14900K and a 4080 Super, and it also does it. So don't upgrade your PC because you're having frame drops. Just don't spend money because you're like, oh, if I bought a $2,000 GPU, I'll be able to, power through the game. Unfortunately, no. It is just a problem with the engine.
Yeah. It was mentioned, I think, briefly, but you'll see Zeke just sort of dodging all the way down those stairs. Dodging up and down stairs in most spots saves time. I think the total time saved from doing it all the way down those stairs is like 2 or 3 seconds. So it's like a small amount of time save each time you do it, but it adds up if you, say, have a 1 minute long staircase that you have to run down.
Yeah, it is not fun to do, but it's nice to save the time. One thing we haven't talked a little too much about, because it is prevalent in all speedrunning and stuff, but is RNG in this run. This game has a good amount of it, and by a good amount, I mean an obscene amount in certain areas, but not very much in other areas. Enemies, for the most part, they're random, but they're not. They're like, you'll learn the patterns in which they spawn and they behave, but there is still a pool of like patterns you have to identify. But now what's completely random is something like this.
Yeah, so this is the bug room. This is literally just a brute force puzzle. There is no solution. Okay.
Dude, that happened on the last one too, dude. Like, That just doesn't happen in my runs, man. Like that's so upsetting. Last week on Hotfix, the exact same RNG, first try. Like that saves so much time.
Yeah,
it is upsetting.
So you solved it too fast for me to explain. But yeah, basically, there's always 3 numbers that are lit on that keypad, 2, 3, and 9. But the order that they have to be put in is random. So really, it's a 1 out of 6 chance. And we sort of go through systematically with the least possible inputs to try and get the code as soon as possible. So ideally, you want it on the first one, like Zeke just had, which would be like 2, 3, 9, because those are sort of the first easiest inputs to hit. Second or third try is like kind of okay. It's usually the 4th or 5th try where you're sort of in screwed territory because the bugs in the room will attack you. So they start interrupting you out of the input, and every time the bugs interrupt you and you have to restart putting in the inputs, and it becomes a huge time loss section really fast. But if you get it first try and it's 2, 3, 9, then like, boom, GG,
yeah,
easy.
It can be a massive time save, and it helps because you also don't take very much damage if you avoid it. On hard, the bugs actually do a lot of damage to you, so it's nice in a lot of ways, especially here in unrestricted. As you can see, if I press V, we have no drinks or syringes. That's just how it is on unrestricted because we don't get to go to the loot box and we don't get to pick up many things because we're skipping it all. So we have no heals, and now we're in the area where you are likely to get beat up the most. Like you are at the bus stop with the bullies here, bro. It is not fun. Like these enemies are some of the worst because the crawling enemies do not telegraph what they're doing very well, and they'll all make the same noises, but you can never really tell because they're all on walls and around you. Like that guy right there just was in my way, so I could tell. But I don't know if there's guys behind me, if there's guys above me, ready to attack. I can kind of hear where they are, but I just don't know if they're ready to attack. So what you're going to see me dodging in areas, and maybe an enemy doesn't even hit me, but it's because that's usually where I would get hit.
Yeah. So this is the prison. Goes without saying. The prison is it's a pretty brutal section. It's like almost guaranteed that you're gonna get hit at some point or another here. It's just a case of like damage mitigation, trying to avoid getting like stuck or just having like 2 dudes just beaten down on you. This wall is totally fine and nothing bad ever happens there. I was waiting for you to finish.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Thank you.
That wall can be a huge pain if somebody tries to attack you because they'll hit you out of the wall breaking animation and you have to start it over again. So if you're on like that 3rd one where James kind of like digs into the wall and like pulls all the rubble out, you have to do that all over again, and the time that it takes to do that animation is not enough time in terms of like if there's an enemy behind you, because the enemy will just repeatedly just keep hitting you and keep knocking you out of the animation. So you like kind of have to do something about the enemy, and we don't really have the bullets to do anything about that. We don't really have the health to spare. But yeah, you just saw Zeke grab the hunting rifle. Pretty good damage output. In terms of damage, you're going to see obvious preference towards the rifle and the shotgun, with the pistol just kind of for cleanup and whatever bullets we can happen to pick up for it.
Yeah, the rifle is really, really strong in this area, especially coming up on like the boss after this. The whole premise of this is we are getting these weights to like push down on this to unlock the doors. But I mean, honestly, again, doesn't make very much sense. James, just use your hands, push it down to where you need it to go. Like,
yeah, or like use one of the millions of items in your inventory to put a case of bullets on it. Take out bullets until the weight is correct. That's actually a genius idea. I just came up with that.
Yeah, we could have just made this a lot easier.
Yeah. But yeah, this section has a lot of just sort of running back to the weight station, doing that. There isn't really anything in the way of skips here, right?
Nope, not until Labyrinth.
Yeah. So this is basically sort of a vanilla section. Any glitch hunters, if you can find a way to just bypass the noose puzzle altogether, oh my.
There is some stuff being like worked on and theorized, so it is possible. I think Person is the one that we're looking at right now because it's like the one area of that in hotel that we just don't really skip in at all. So there's definitely some people trying to cook. This part of prison I'm in right now is the scariest because these enemies are everywhere. This guy likes to hang out here and fling, and we also have these guys here. So I have to really hope I don't like really get too deleted here.
At least you started. There you go. Yeah, so that door is a huge pain sometimes. What's interesting about that door, though, is once the door is actually unlocked, all James needs to do is, like, start the animation of unlocking it. His hand doesn't even really need to, like, touch the gate. But as long as you get into the animation of it, the door will actually open on its own. So getting interrupted out of it, I mean, we really don't want that because of the damage it would do. But getting interrupted out of that is actually kind of nice because you can go through the door a little bit faster. Though in hard, dodging any points of damage is kind of critical.
Yeah, and killing that nurse right there, very important. Because see this very long animation of James sticking his hand in the hole? He does this a few times throughout the run. If at any point, at literally any point, if I get touched or hit by an enemy, 15-second time loss, like right back to the beginning of it.
Yeah. Yeah, the worst is thinking that you killed that nurse, because like sometimes you can shoot her, but she's still alive. It takes her like 5 seconds before she gets up. And you're like halfway done with the animation and you just hear the nurse shambling behind you. And you're like, oh, please, just ignore me just this once, And they never do.
Yeah, and nurses have these like rusty nurses or these nightmare nurses have the a cheater attack that you just saw me get hit by, where you'll dodge the first one, but they throw a second one out before you can finish that dodge and start a new one, and it hits you guaranteed. Yeah. Don't like it. That's the one attack we do not like because it is brutally painful. As you can see, like I'm in caution again, which we don't lose time being in caution, but if I ever hit critical, we do lose time because we lose about 20 movement speed being in critical.
Yeah, it was theorized for a while that running around at caution in the state James is currently in was faster or slower. Like I've heard both theories. But we're pretty sure / almost positive that that's not the case, though we do have like sort of hard evidence for what the difference is between James's move speed depending on his status, and also depending on whether he's indoors or outdoors makes a difference, like sort of all the way through. So making it, outdoors in caution versus indoors in caution versus outdoors at critical, all of the permutations of that kind of have different results, which is interesting. Terrible room right here.
Horrible room.
Yeah, really painful room. There is a sort of the side door, which makes things a little bit better. But these nurses here, there's just like 5 nurses in a really small location. And this can be one of the more sort of claustrophobic sections. What we're trying to do here is we had to go on this long hunt to get a key to open this staircase so that we could get up the staircase to use a typewriter to get another weight so we can continue progressing through sort of, there's 4 doors. Each set of weights allows us access to the next set of doors.
This happened last week, man. It has never happened in a run.
She's going to follow you.
She's following me up these stairs. I hear her behind me. She's just vibing, I guess.
100%, yeah. So yeah, just some more inconsistent nonsense. Fun fact, you don't have to type the letters sick. You can press any button on the typewriter and it'll just put in the letters, which is both fun and kind of a bummer. I wanted to like type a little message out when I was playing this, but...
Yeah. Actually, yep, she definitely she definitely followed me all the way up.
Dear diary, today the nurse followed me into the typewriter. But yeah, we got the weight successfully. Did not get totally owned, which is good.
Yeah, that takes us out of like the danger areas of the prison. Now we just go through this hallway one more time, and basically we go to the Dove area, which is significantly more chill. Surely no other enemies hit me from here until then, so we'll be fine.
Yeah, absolutely not. Also, the inputs for this puzzle, I think every runner, when they first saw this puzzle, was like, oh my god, memorizing this is going to be a pain. It's actually really easy, because more often than not, you're just moving all of the weights except for one to one side or the other. And the ones where you don't move all of them, you're basically only moving like 1 or 2 of the weights to the other side. So that puzzle looks like a lot to memorize. It's actually no, I should be talking this up. That puzzle is really hard.
Yeah, very hard, guys. I had to sit there all night memorizing it.
Yeah.
Drew us some pictures down. It was really, really hard. Actually, it's really convenient too because the last weight you grabbed is going to be on the side it needs to go on anyway. So it's always really nice.
Yeah. Yeah, it works out that a lot of the time you're just kind of, oh my gosh.
I don't know who jinxed that. I don't know who said anything, but.
So somebody said that this was going to be fine. And
yeah, I don't know who that guy was, but can't believe it.
Getting hit at like the very end of those iframes really just hurts like emotionally. Because the iframes are really generous, but there's just that like in between at the dodge at the very beginning and very end where you can still take a little bit of damage, and you can also occasionally dodge and still take damage.
Yeah, it could be super annoying because it's like you've committed to the dodge, so you're already losing the time for the dodge, and then you get hit anyway. So it's like, why did I even bother?
Zeke, are we supposed to be locked in this room?
I think so.
Is this? Uh-oh.
It's
I don't know
over.
if this has ever happened before.
Soft locked.
Soft locked.
They forgot to put a lock on the inside.
So yeah, we got all of our weights, and we're gonna come back through to do the final weight puzzle that we need to do here. Everything is way more chill. Something rolled through this area and just absolutely destroyed all these enemies. So no more enemies to worry about. And they also like swung the light bulb. Like they did a really good job swinging that thing all the way across.
Yeah, it's a super chill area, but we're actually at the least chill part of the run in terms of everyone's sanity, because we're at this is the gatekeeper of world records right here.
Yeah. So this puzzle, what they want you to do is they want you to look at like some riddles, and you have to match the top part of the of sort of like the riddle or the poem to the bottom part of the poem, and it's pretty cool. It's actually casually. Reading is slow. There's no other way to put it. So we're not going to do that. We're just going to kind of YOLO and guess. And it seems that he got it wrong. So the way that works is there's always going to be 2 solutions. So realistically, you do have kind of a 1 in 3 chance of getting it right on your first try. And reloading it takes... that was it, right?
Yeah, that's the right one.
Nice. Reloading only takes about like 8 to 10 seconds. So... between how long it would take to read the riddles and actually kind of like set them up correctly, the YOLO is the faster option here.
Yeah.
Almost even if you have to do it on your second try, I would say it's still faster than looking at the riddle puzzles and matching them up. So the way this works is we pretty much just have a 1 in 3 chance of getting it right. Everybody kind of goes towards certain numbers more than others. Like I usually try 1 on my first one, which is like the back leftmost rope. But yeah, I know everybody has kind of like a preference for it. This number seems to come up more often than mine. We have no idea what causes like if that's pseudo random or if that's truly random.
Yeah.
All we know is that it sucks.
It is weird, and we pulled data on it, and like comparatively, the most common is 5 and then 2 on hard solutions. On hard puzzles, 5 and 2 are the most common, 5 being the most common. But yeah, it's in at the end of the day, it's still random. Like I had a world record I broke yesterday where I sat there and lost 30 seconds because I got it wrong 3 times in a row, and it's just it's super brutal, and it really sucks. But at the end of the day, you know, it's faster than having to actually do the puzzle itself if you get it first or second try. Granted, that does not work on console. If you're trying to speedrun this on console, don't do the retry strat, because that will not save you time, because consoles are timed by RTA, so they don't get that benefit that we do where the loads are removed from the retry.
True. Yeah, and the question comes up a lot. How do you know that you pulled the right one? It's sort of twofold. I think most runners, so for ease of access, if you're playing on PC, you have the auto splitter running. The auto splitter will actually split when you pulled the right one. So everybody has a split for the noose. And if you pull the right one, your split goes off and you know you got it right. Otherwise, you can retry. Where was I going with that? I think that's about it.
Yeah, that's big. So we're coming up on Abstract Daddy. which is a very, very nice and fun fight for the most part. I have a strat for it I'm going to try to do that I made the other day. So we're actually going to sidestep here and grab this because we're a little red. So I'm going to do this in a way where we're going to skip getting stunned ever by him.
Oh, neat.
So the idea there is when he screams, it stuns you. So we're shooting him in a way that prevents him from doing it and phasing him faster than we would normally be able to. So now I ran to this area to force him to spawn right here. And then we stop the scream again, and then we phase him instantly.
That was pretty sweet.
Yeah, nice to know that that actually works on hard too.
That's new to me.
Yeah, I mean, I just made it literally yesterday. Like literally just yesterday, I came up with this strat, and I found out it worked on light and standard. And then now this is my first time doing it in hard, so I'm happy to see that it actually works here as well.
Yeah, that was rad. Yeah, so this section, just to explain it a little bit, you actually only have to attack him twice. Abstract Daddy, he's gonna sort of burst through the walls a couple more times. We can actually just ignore him. So for the most part, we have the beginning and the end of the fight that we actually have to fight, and the rest we're kind of just be running through these sort of repeating hallways as they get more and more funky. So right here, you don't have to actually fight him. You can just squeeze through the wall, run away. And I think I think people were doing runs initially without knowing.
Yeah, there were some people. I was one of them.
Yeah, I think a lot of people were actually fighting him in all the areas and thought that you had to actually because he will despawn once you've done enough damage to him. But obviously, the faster way is just ignore him completely.
Yeah, Abstract Daddy is a very cool fight. Lore-wise, there's a lot of very interesting lore behind Abstract Daddy and like why he's actually a boss and Angela's part and all this, which I won't explain because it covers a lot of very sensitive topics. But if you do play the game, I'd recommend looking into the lore, and especially that with Angela, who I think has the best lore in this game. Like, it's very well written and very put together, and like it really sells a lot of like what her character goes through and like her part in the ending of the game. It really ties all together very tastefully. But I would recommend looking into it because this is a very, very interesting area of the game, and it's a very cool boss.
Yeah. Yeah, and worth mentioning, so in the OG speedrun, in almost every category, we actually skipped Abstract Daddy. Not that there was like much to skip. Like Abstract Daddy in the original he had the tiniest arena. Even in hard difficulty, he was kind of a bit of a pushover. He was really easy to deal with. And overall, like, the boss fight wasn't that impactful. They expanded on that significantly in this by giving him his own sort of arena and his own area. So you're going to see Zeke going for headshots here. It goes without saying, but headshots, more damage. And either head actually works on Abstract Daddy, I think. Because you can see he kind of has two head nubs. Basically, all damage done to his back is going to do more damage than anything done to his front, where he has his little Squidward tentacle hands. And the name of the game here is just dump all of the ammo that we have.
That was such a good fight. That was
really
crazy clean. And like that, as you see there, I didn't eat a single scream stun, which is a part of the new strat, is that I just do not get stunned by him, because when he shouts, it stuns us. And now we're doing probably the greatest skip in the game.
Yeah.
Also a little finicky. It could take me an extra try. Hopefully it doesn't, but if it does, it's not a huge deal. What we're doing is we're deloading the other area of the game. So basically we're getting into the labyrinth. There's a big wall of flesh and monsters that stops us from progressing. Right on the other side of that wall is the end of labyrinth. So we're going to deload it and run right through it if we can.
Yeah. This is by far in my opinion, it's the coolest skip, because there's kind of a invisible wall barrier that would usually prevent you from doing what we're about to do. But fortunately, the wall stops at like the very beginning. So as soon as Zeke, well done, dude.
Thank you.
as soon as Zeke actually gets into the wall of flesh, he can switch his FPS back and let everything load back in, because the wall is only at the very beginning. And that's Labyrinth. There was a 17-minute section there. It's gone now. There was quite a lot to do in that section. It's a bit of a pain. It's an easy place to lose a lot of time. And that skip was found, actually, I think, accidentally, because somebody's game just like failed to load, and they were able to just run through and not do Labyrinth at all. And then that prompted people to actually test and see if we could intentionally deload that area. And turns out you can, and it's pretty straightforward. The pathing, it makes it a little bit difficult because, again, you're on a timer, and the timer is pretty tight, and you're moving around at slideshow speeds. So
yeah,
it's a little difficult to navigate.
There's also a map pickup that happens that you have to be able to skip with dodging. So that's why I was dodging there, to skip that map pickup. But that was actually the first actual use of that deloading skip. And when it was found, it was it was like Christmas. It was awesome because we were all so excited to see it. And yeah, like Needle said, the reason these skips get found, if you're wondering, and this is usually how it happens in almost every game, is someone's computer is probably just not that great, and they accidentally break the game, and they tell everyone, and everyone's like, no way. And then that's almost all skips in every speedrun ever.
I loaded the game on an external hard drive, and I noticed I was able to run straight to the credits.
Because I was playing on my Windows 98 machine.
Yeah. This is the Eddie boss fight. So you just saw Zeke switch to high contrast mode. We got the Gumby mode enabled. And that's to make things a little bit easier to see. You can see through the fog Eddie a little bit better. It makes a bigger difference in the second phase than the first, by far. The first phase is just a case of DPSing him down, getting him to the second phase. Ammo is very limited here, which is kind of a bummer.
Oh, man. He's going crazy. Look at him.
Eddie's got the jukes, dude. Nice. So second phase right here. Eddie actually hasn't quite spawned in yet. He's just gonna yell some harassment at James, and then he'll spawn in. And Zeke's gonna do something specific here, where he waits in a spot for Eddie to spawn in, and just getting robbed on ammo drops here.
We might not do that because the game is just not being very cool right now. So we're gonna let Eddie spawn organically. Hey, buddy.
There he is. So yeah, the basic goal of this fight, because you're guaranteed in this category, especially, you're going to have no ammo. And also, Eddie can do this thing where if he runs too far away, he'll actually despawn and then respawn again, just to make things even more confusing. I'm going to be a little quiet so Zeke can hear footsteps. Oh, never mind. You're good.
There he is.
So third phase. Now the meat is on the move, and Eddie's hand cannon gets an upgrade mid-fight. So now Eddie can deck you with every shot. He can shoot twice in a row sometimes. And
yeah, it's pretty brutal.
Yeah, this is the diciest part of this fight, just because Eddie is so unpredictable.
It's really hard because we have no ammo. The game has robbed us.
Yeah.
We just need to chill here. Come on, Edward.
A lot of ammo pickups.
Buddy, I don't want to play tag. Please get back here, buddy.
A little bit of lore. Everybody always says, why can Eddie run so fast? In the room where you first find Eddie in the apartments, there's a poster on the wall that says football. Oh my God.
He actually almost just killed me with that.
Yeah, he actually
almost just true comboed me. That was insane. Yeah, Eddie on this category specifically is incredibly difficult because I don't have ammo. I just don't have any coming here, and the game will not give me it. But we didn't die, and honestly, that's what matters.
Yeah, we did it. Well done. Yeah, if we did go through Labyrinth, theoretically, we do have to use some ammo to get through Labyrinth, but there's a part sort of at the end of Labyrinth where you do end up picking up at least a little bit of ammo so that you're going into Eddie with something. In this category, we are obviously going in with absolutely nothing, pretty much consistently. There's not really a way that you're going to have ammo going into the Eddie fight.
Yeah, it's kind of a trade-off. It's you either have ammo for Eddie or you have ammo for Abstract Daddy. And granted, it might be more beneficial for Eddie because he's so fast. He's so insanely fast that it might be worth having it for him. But there's still some routing to be done there.
So this is the boat. basically, it operates a little bit differently than how it did in the OG. In the OG, you had kind of a full range of motion when you were in the boat, which is nice. You could rotate 360. In this, James can only like rotate the boat 45 degrees at a time, which is wildly precise for a boat. But what we're going to do basically is the light, you saw it kind of disappear and then reappear. We're just trying to line up James with the light. So there is kind of a strat to this where you go forward a certain number of times and then you go right once the light starts to sort of drift to the right like that. And then you end up with the light more or less over top of James. And I think this was tested and does save a little bit of time over just kind of doing whatever in this section.
Yeah, this section saves time just based on how little you have to turn the boat. And there's also like a similar mechanic earlier, but that we skipped, where you get Pyramid Head's sword and you kind of do the same thing. But his sword is so much worse.
Yeah.
We get flashbang.
And now we're at hotel. Yeah, nice flashbang. Did we get the sloshing?
Yeah, we got wet diaper James.
Nice. There's an audio bug that happens here sometimes when you skip that cutscene where you can hear it. It just doesn't sound good. Like, it's just really off-putting.
I think it's the sound of like the boat in the water, like rowing, but it just stays with you until you get about here, and then it goes away.
It unironically sounds like if you actually were at a real-life dock next to a boat that's about to like go out and it's just sitting in the water. It's exactly what it sounds like. Just water hitting the boat. But yeah, like Neil said, we're now in the hotel. We're gonna get reintroduced to Angela again. Sorry, not Angela. Laura.
There you go.
Too many names to remember. We got Laura here, and the hotel is actually very straightforward in terms of like a level section. It's actually pretty short, and there is a routing change that happened. So last week when I ran the glitchless version of this, just before I went live for GDQ, Carcinogen SDA, who is a very notable runner, doing a lot of horror games, and he does a lot of no-hit stuff, found a thing in this section where we can save us a lot of heartache on an enemy that would otherwise one-shot us as a coin flip. Like RNG kills us and it loses us like 30 seconds. There's something that thanks for opening that for me.
Very polite.
There is essentially what can happen when you go to the basement of the hotel. You put your items away. Very, very Resident Evil 7 Lucas section-ish, where we put our items away to be able to progress the game, and then we just never grab them back until the very end. The reason for that is because the game has an anti-stop locking mission that you'll see later. That basically makes life way easier.
Yeah. This routing change, it also just kind of makes some of the enemies a little bit more consistent in their spawns. You don't have to deal with coming back down an area after you've already kind of been there. Because every time you return to an area, you've kind of like woken up the enemies there, so they're going to be more likely to lock on to James. Doing a quick puzzle here. The way you pick up those books basically makes the inputs very straightforward, so you're just kind of going through and putting in each puzzle. And then our code here is love and lust, and these are static codes. So most puzzles that we've been doing are static. Literally the only two things that are not are the bug room and the hangman. I say there's a lot of RNG in the run just in terms of like enemies and behavior and stuff like that. But in terms of puzzles, we got a lucky break.
Yeah, so far actually the puzzles, besides Hangman's been pretty rough. I mean, for this run, Hangman was not great, but the first try bug room is always nice to get.
Yeah. So first sort of routing change here, usually say in last week's run, you would have seen Zeke run through to the other side of apartments, start doing the employee elevator stuff. Now, in the routing change that we're going to be doing, we want to grab this specific puzzle piece now so that we don't have to come back here later. And it's actually kind of a clever bit of routing when you think about it, because what we're doing is we're making sure that the items that we have when we go to store items in the elevator, the employee elevator, we're not storing any of the key items that we want to use while we have nothing in our inventory. So we're just, it's made that sound way more complicated than it needed to. We're trying to get stuff done so that we can do other stuff later.
Yeah. The idea is that we can't get our... Okay. That guy was just tired. The way we have to do this is we need to not have items on us, but we do need to have certain items to let us open doors. So when we go into the basement, we have to put everything away. So the idea is just not have anything we need right that's going to be necessary for us to progress after the basement. So this is why we're just getting this puzzle piece now, because this piece we're not going to use until we're at the end. So the idea is just take out any extra movement we don't need to do. And now we're going to head into the basement.
Yeah. So this section, similar to the OG, another thing that actually we skipped this in the OG. This is where we would normally do the out of bounds to skip this. Maybe someday. But yeah, basically James has to put away all of his items. The elevator has a very strict weight limit. And so now we're going to be running with no items for the majority of this area. We have no guns, we have no heals. Not that we really had heals to begin with. Yeah, getting slapped by that dude is almost like it's very expected.
Yeah.
That enemy's going to do like one of three things. It's either going to roar at you and interrupt you. It's going to prepare its tongue attack, which you can usually dodge, sometimes not, or it's just gonna straight up bop you in the head.
It's gonna thump you upside the back of the head, which is totally, like, honestly, you'd rather that or him not do anything. The scream, even though you take no damage from it, loses the most time because the stagger is so long.
Yeah, you like, and the worst part about it is you stumble backwards when you get screamed, so it puts you farther away from like your objective, basically. But yeah, coming through here, doing just a little bit of quick valve puzzling. These valve turning animations can be a little bit annoying too. I think I've seen everybody do it where like you jump the gun and you think that you've turned it all 3 times, and then you right click only to realize that you haven't turned it all 3 times.
Yeah, it's so sad when you do that. And you can right click out of it like so early too. Like that is one of the biggest scotches of this game, is you can just accidentally click out too early, and it's really tragic because it remakes you do the entire thing.
So grabbing the music box key here, theoretically, we could have grabbed it earlier. It works out better for your inventory if you grab it now, just because you don't want that ornamental key to be at the bottom of your interactables. The way the key items inventory and stuff works is actually really straightforward in this game. They were pretty nice about it. So like the latest key item that you get should be at the bottom. So it's mostly a consequence of the routing, but our inventory just works out really well here, where the next door that Zeke's going to open is going to be the 107 door, and the 107 key is the last key that he picked up. If he had picked up that ornamental key after, then that would have been the last key at the bottom. So yeah, just minor things that lead to less inputs, which leads to more time save.
Yeah, it's a very common reoccurring trope in, specifically, you notice a lot with horror game speedrunning and survival horror speedrunning, is inventorying and management seems to be a very reoccurring theme, because it is a big part of these games. So the idea is, the less amount of inputs I have to do to open something or put something in a more convenient spot, the better, to like minimize not only time loss, but also like risk of an enemy hitting you out of it or something is super, super critical.
Yeah. So you may have seen we went up into the conference room, we grabbed a key that led to this area, which now we have a key that allows us to go back up and we can unlock the fireplace, which actually has the last music box piece that we need. And keep in mind, still have not grabbed our items back from the elevator, the employee elevator. You could theoretically at this point, and in previous routing you would have at this point grabbed your stuff, but thanks to the discovery that Carsey found, we actually saved time and a lot of struggle not picking up our stuff here.
Yeah, and it is because of this interaction coming up here. So what's going to happen is I'm going to go in here and open up a fireplace to grab the last key item. And then a Mandarin spawns. And the idea is that you're supposed to push a bookshelf out of the way and then break a wall and then get out of the room before, you could kill the Mandarin, but that's obviously too slow. In the run, though, we would have to coin flip it, because if the Mandarin body slams on hard, it is a one-shot kill. And you don't have enough time to break this open before he chooses to do an attack. Now, it was random whether or not you died, but now because of this, the game's like, you have no items. Let's just open up the hole for you automatically, and we can just skip right through it, and we don't have to worry about it.
Easy.
Yeah. So nice.
Yeah, in pretty much every difficulty, that Mandarin was a big pain. So this routing change affects kind of every difficulty.
Super nice. And now we're gonna get our items back, which is good because I do want to heal before we get to the other world hotel rather. We are done doing any skips or glitches, though. All glitches are complete. No more FPS toggling, no more going out of bounds. Now we just have to play the rest of the game normally, which essentially is the the hardest boss fight in hard, which is double Pyramid Head, and then a kind of hard boss fight, more of an annoying boss fight, which is Mary.
Yeah.
So we'll be coming up on that here shortly.
Yeah. So sort of the final part of the hotel, we need to get this key to unlock the 3rd floor wing so that we can watch this cool videotape that was left for us by us in the hotel basement in the Lost and Found.
It's Space Jam on VHS.
Space Jam. Oh. Gotta watch that movie again. So yeah, you'll notice the puzzle solution there is actually really easy, especially on hard. That's one of the few puzzle solutions, or actually one of the main puzzle solutions that saves time on hard, just because the inputs on light and standard puzzle difficulty are like 7, 5, 1 for that key turning animation, but on hard riddle, it's just 1, 1, 1. So yeah, that there's been some debate. I think ultimately light standard saves like 3 seconds on just pure inputs. But similar to Zeke, I've muscle memoried hard riddle so much at this point that I just run it in hard. And every category allows you to pick whatever difficulty for riddle you want. The only difficulty that really matters is the action difficulty, which I think was a really smart change, so that runners don't have to learn 2 entirely different sets of muscle memory when they want to switch categories.
Yeah, and it's also because like there is no difference between the runs. Like if you ran light hard versus light standard or light does not change your run at all. All it does is change how you have to do the puzzles. Like, and it's not really even changing like puzzle mechanics. It's just changing the solution. So it would be kind of pointless to like have to do a whole like, and it's not even a small amount of relearning. That is a substantial amount of puzzle relearning you'd have to do because changing solutions would throw you off pretty hard.
Definitely.
But yeah, now we're in the Otherworld Hotel, which basically, to catch you up on the lore, I would say not to spoil too much, but it is a speedrun, so I mean, kind of your own fault a little bit. But Silent Hill 2, the whole premise of this is James is here looking for his wife. Wife reached out to him. I also run Resident Evil 7, so I kind of have this thing where I speedrun games where the dude's wife goes missing for like 3 years and he goes to save her. Right? Blonde dude, wife goes missing, go save her. In this situation, James is like, I have to go find my wife. And the whole, backdrop of the game is kind of informing you about like how Mary's here and how a lot of this doesn't seem very real, seems very strange, seems like kind of crazy. Obviously with a lot of what's going on and these other characters, that's what's going on. And like you get Pyramid Head, and it all kind of boils down to however you want to interpret the feeling of like guilt and a punishment and such. But basically, James killed Mary, his wife, and
whoa,
yeah, bombshell. James killed Mary, and that videotape kind of reveals that. And the idea was that he did it because she was very sick, and her being sick was a burden on his life. So. This whole game now, I really love the way they did it. Obviously they portrayed the same message in the original, is that you're kind of navigating through guilt. And other characters like Eddie and Angela are also battling a demons of some sort, right? Eddie, he killed a guy and a dog, and he's here. And, the consensus is that, Eddie enjoyed it, right? Eddie was evil. So, that kind of explains that. And Angela had her own arc and story. Again, I'd recommend playing the game to learn that side of it. James here, and the fun fact about Pyramid Head, which I choose to believe, it's more of like a fan theory, but I think it's true. There's Pyramid Head, who is basically meant to be James. Pyramid Head is like a resemblance of James's guilt for killing Mary. Now there's going to be 2 Pyramid Heads in a second. And the way they kind of made that make sense is James just also killed Eddie. And the idea is that, well, now there's the second one because he probably feels guilty for having to kill Eddie. And I think that's made obvious that he feels guilty about it because I think he even expressed feeling guilty about it. So we get a really cool, tie-in to that, and it ends up making sense.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great theory. And the cutscene that we skipped at the end of the Eddie fight, James is kind of like, oh no, I killed a human being. And he thinks at that point that's the first human being that James thinks he's killed. It's not until he watches the videotape in the hotel that he realizes that there may be another human being.
Yeah, and now we're coming up on a very, very difficult fight. I'm going to try not to die while Niddle explains what's going on, because this is high risk of death.
Yeah, so 1 Pyramid Head was fun, 2 Pyramid Head is way, way less fun. Melee damage is going to be kind of critical in this fight, mostly because we have no ammo, but also because making your way over to these ammo pickups is really difficult. You'll also notice Pyramid Heads have a good amount of attacks in their arsenal, like throwing the spear, poking. They also do a big wide swing. They can also do one where they sort of thrust the spear into the ground. And they sort of go into turbo mode once we get to kind of this second phase of the fight where the arena starts to crumble. So similar to the first Pyramid Head fight, you can open up with some melee attacks. Once they go into turbo mode, though, you don't really want to get anywhere near them if you can avoid it. Although it's almost inevitable in this difficulty just because ammo is at a premium. But yeah, basically baiting them around the arena as much as you can. Every dodge is like critical here because James is not looking very healthy. And just trying to create a gap for when you can actually reload and pick up items is probably one of the hardest things in this fight. And that was it. Great job.
That fight is so terrifying.
Yeah. But that was great. You didn't die.
Did not die, and that's what matters.
You were kind of close there.
Well, it was a little close, but it wasn't worried.
It's like every time I started talking, I was like, oh, let me see if he dies here. Wait a minute.
We're just gonna sidetrack a little bit here. On hard, unrestricted, we have like no resources at this stage of the game, so we take the opportunity we can, even though technically it's the pass, to grab what we can, because otherwise we're not going to be able to kill the next boss, which is Mary.
Yeah. Basically the boss rush of the finale of this game. Leaves you with not a lot of ammo because the double Pyramid Head fight is tough in itself, and then we have to go into the second boss fight, and there's not a lot of ammo available in the arena that's like easy to grab in the Mary boss fight. So trying to go into it with some ammo is sort of really important. In the last phase of Mary, we're going to be trying to not move at all. We're going to be doing a little AI break. But first 2 phases, there's just no leeway. You need to land your shots. You need to get her into the 3rd phase as fast as possible. And there's just not a lot.
It'd be easier.
Yeah, oh, the frame dropped right. The frame dropped. No. We're doing a little tech here. It might have been explained earlier, but basically we're starting up a swing animation and then dodging out of it. This saves time on moving normally because we're kind of canceling the slowdown of the swing, which is only good indoors and down narrow, straight hallways.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that when that strat was first discovered that you could swing and then cancel, I was like, oh no, are we going to have to do this everywhere? Fortunately not, because the applications for it are actually kind of limited. There's a lot of like straight runs where you theoretically could do it, but they're maybe outdoors, or if there's any enemy anywhere near where you're trying to do it, there's a good chance James locks onto the enemy and you know, one failed swing dodge kind of cancels out whatever the time save from the rest of them did.
Yeah.
So it's a very finicky strat. Fortunately, the run has not come down to needing to do that.
Now we got Mary.
Here's Mary. Yeah. So headshots are key here. Opening of the fight, just gonna get as close as we can to try and phase her as quickly as we can. You saw that purple yell. That's sort of, there's different damage thresholds for Mary. Once she hits kind of that first damage threshold, she'll do that. You can also occasionally stun her on the ground, get some good little hits in if you can. But yeah, a lot of this fight is just literally just dumping ammo into her, trying to get her to phase as quickly as possible.
Oh, Mary, please, what are we doing?
Yeah, while keeping the attacks in mind. In a PB setting, you would really not want her to teleport as much as she's teleporting.
Yeah, on hard, it's really hard to get her to stop because of the damage you need is just so high.
Yeah. Yeah, so a lot of these boss fights involve around just trying to phase as quickly as possible. This one's no exception. So now we're in this little underground water area. And fortunately, there is a good amount of ammo in this area, assuming it decides to spawn. But yeah, the key here is just going to be trying to bait her down in a spot that's somewhat predictable, and then unload on her when she does drop down. And then in between, there's not much you can do to get her to spawn in some of these sections, so you're just kind of looting and reloading and making sure you're ready. Oh,
she's pretty low.
Nice. Yeah, you saw it there, but you can hit her while she's warping into the ground with melee, and it does do good damage, especially with the pipe. Nice. Third phase, way simpler than the previous two, and ammo's looking pretty darn good. So this is a little AI break. If you go into the corner here, and again, I think this might have been discovered casually, I'm not sure. If you go into the corner here, Mary just like doesn't know what to do. She's like, James is in a corner. The developers did not account for this. So she just kind of stands there and stares menacingly. I have seen her come over eventually, but she didn't do it there, fortunately. And time comes up.
Oh my goodness! Hold on, let me look. Oh, I want to look at that.
Oh yeah. Nice.
And time. Just had to get one in the chamber there.
Well done, dude.
Thank you. Yeah, and that's Silent Hill 2 remake. That is the new game. That is the unrestricted. Not the most ran category currently. Like in terms of unrestricted new game, I'm pretty much the only person running it, or that has ran it. There is a lot of fun to be had during unrestricted, but I think glitchless and restricted is also very, very fun. That's where a lot of people are putting a lot of their time in. So thank you again, GDQ and Church. Thank you guys for having me on. If you don't follow me or don't know where I'm at, I'm twitch.tv/Captain Ezekiel, all one word. It's probably in the chat somewhere. Also Twitter, same thing. I run a lot of horror games. I've been on GDQ a few times, and I'm running a lot of Silent Hill 2 right now. I do hold about 4 world records for this right now, and it's kind of trading back and forth a lot. But thank you again for having me on, guys, and thank you, Diddle, for commentating.
Yeah, thanks for having me, man.
And thank you both for being on, for showcasing this game. It's incredible what y'all have done with this game in like 20 days, maybe 25, few weeks. Like, absolutely incredible with all of you. So really awesome that you can show this off. And make sure you check out everybody that was on the show today. All of our horror speedrunners. They've all been great. And happy Halloween, everybody. Thanks for dropping by. We do not have more show for you tonight, but we've got more for you tomorrow, 7 p.m. Eastern. We have got... I thought I lost all sound in my headphones for a second. Really quiet all of a sudden. But yeah, we do not